Anō mai, haere mai. Welcome. Welcome to this meeting of Nelson City Council to hear submissions on our draft annual plan 2017-2018. I'll ask that you all stand for the opening prayer.
Almighty God, sovereign in all things, bless this city and its people. Guide us in local government each day that our decisions may be wise and just, and magnify your holy name. Amen.
Amen. Good morning, Council. How are you all? Ready for a busy day? I've got lots of people to hear from today, and I'm hoping that we can make our way through the hearing timetable and keep reasonably to time. Welcome to our members in public forum this morning and submitters who are here to talk to us about the things that are important to them and give us some guidance on how they would like us to have oversight of the city. Would just remind councillors and submitters that we are live streaming our meeting, and so it's helpful if you can remember just to press the talk button on the microphone till the red light comes on. When you're finished talking, if you could just turn that off to avoid feedback between microphones. The table has been updated since the agenda came out. Hopefully you've got an updated schedule in front of you. Has everybody got one of those? I think you have. If you haven't, just advise an AA and they'll help you with that. We have a few matters in relation to late submissions, and we're going to need to accept the late submissions, so there should be a memo from the administration advisors, so you will have got one of these, which is in relation to the late submissions, which has a recommendation that we do accept them. I'm quite comfortable to receive these as late submissions and accept them. Do I have a seconder in relation to that? So I'll move that we do accept the late submissions, seconded by Councillor Delberg. Do I have any questions in relation to the late submissions or any debate? In that case, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Now we have a little bit of more information in regard to the submissions. Submission 12281 from Dan McQuire on page 7 has been withdrawn. And what I'll do at morning tea time, if you've missed these, we'll just make sure that we give you an update again. Submission 12368 from Colin Radcliffe on page 80 was not an annual plan submission, that has been withdrawn. Submission 12683 from David and Donna Butler on page 506 is an individual submission and is not on behalf of Brook Waimarama Sanctuary Trust. Submission 12687 from Caleb McClough on page 523 is an individual submission and not on behalf of the DHB. And they are the changes that I've been advised of just in relation to the submissions. We also have some other items of business to attend to. We had the council meeting on the 4th. We considered a recommendation of public excluded, and that matter is coming back to the committee, to the council tomorrow. So we'll see that there is the potential that I will have a late item in relation to the minutes from the Chief Executive Employment Committee, and that may be today or tomorrow. I just need to sort out a few logistics around that. All right, that's all the procedural matters that we need to cover off, and now we can get underway. Any questions in terms of process and procedure from council members? I'd just remind councillors that we want to make our submitters feel very welcome. It's always a pleasure to hear from the community. From time to time, community members have quite strong views around what we do or don't do, and I think that's a good thing. I would just remind councillors and our presenters with their submissions that we treat this chamber and each other with respect, and I'm happy for there to be strong views on the issues, but I prefer they're focused on the issues rather than the people in the room. So with those writing instructions, I will invite Mr. Tony Gray and Abby Patterson from NMIT to join the meeting. Good morning, Tony, and good morning, Abby. Abby's the President of Sanity. It's really nice to have you here.
Ena mana ena reo e tu iwi tēnā tātou katoa ko Tony Gray ahu no whakatū ahu, ko ahu e te tumoaki e te wharewananga o te tau ihu o waka o Māori. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. As you've already heard, I've brought along today Abby Patterson, who's the student president at NMIT, not least because Abby can add, I'm sure, both in terms of what I'm about to say to you, but also in terms of any questions, responses to questions that you might have. Madam Mayor and colleagues, thank you very much for this opportunity to present to Council. Can I just make an excuse that NMIT has its main board meeting tomorrow, and therefore a submission document wasn't possible for today's meeting. But a document will be on its way to Council following tomorrow's NMIT board meeting. So thank you for the opportunity. It's particularly timely for us, not only with reference to your annual plan discussions, but also NMIT's development of a capital asset management plan. The plan seeks to articulate the changes and developments needed in NMIT's future focus strategy, and feeding into, at some point in time in the very near future, a master plan of both campus design and new pedagogy for the Institute. NMIT has a significant presence and we believe importance to the city and the wider Nelson Bays region, reflecting in social, economic and cultural development, with a significant contribution both in terms of internal and external GDP, employment of circa 500 staff and training of circa some 8,000 students per year. Our capital asset management plan has identified 5 key components of our intended future campus experience. These are a campus to community connection, a unique sense of welcome, the campus as a knowledge hub, the campus as a total ecosystem, and the campus as a specialist destination. We believe the success of NMIT and Nelson City Council are very much linked. A key component of this excellent and symbiotic relationship is, in our view, achieving, with an element of urgency, the activation and greater connectivity between the campus and the city, maximising the very unique and powerful opportunity presented by an urban campus setting to enhance the vibrancy and increase the appeal of both city and campus, especially for the youth demographic. We are soon to publish a future campus vision. This includes the desire to welcome community onto the campus, making it legible for them and having spaces they can use and share. In essence, the plan will include city to campus activity, opening up the campus to the city and connecting it to the urban grain and day-to-day activity in Nelson CBD. And this is underpinned by a welcoming city to campus gateway on Collingwood Street. Linkways connecting through the campus to enhanced campus to community activity on Alton Street and Hardy Street. These linkways will be established through a series of learning, social, community environments, in essence, a network of co-location opportunities. To conclude, we would like to explore with NCC over the next few months, my notes say not years, potential synergies around transportation, with a possible transportation hub at NMIT's campus, developing of a strong Collingwood Street gateway as an extension to the city grid through a proactive and agreed strategy with Nelson City Council to existing buildings and spaces. And finally, opportunities for business, retail, hospitality, co-location on campus, the ability for accommodation activities and function that aren't primarily learning. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tony. Abby, would you like to add anything to Tony's presentation or speak on another subject while you're here that's important for us to hear about?
I just support everything that Tony said. The students and myself have been involved in the CAM plan from the beginning, so it's been a pretty amazing opportunity for the students to have a voice in what their campus looks like over the next sort of 20 years. And yeah, building the strong link into the community is a thing that the students actually put focus on. So I think it's just in support of what Tony said. The students are sort of pretty excited about the opportunities there.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Tony and Abby? Councillor Noonan Gale.
Pedagogy interested me, so I looked it up actually because I didn't know what it meant. But it's funny because I was talking about it last night with my sister about how we learn, and so wow, how about that? Can you put it through to the primary schools in the next lot, because that's where the trouble is. My question is that with all your planning, have you got some sketches coming along with it?
Yep. So unfortunately, again, the timing, but we will be able to provide you with sketch plans of what exists at the moment, sketch plans of what we're intending, plus 3D drawings around the activity, including the Collingwood Street, Alton Street and Hardy Street links and the linkways through and across the campus.
Councillor Courtney Mel.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Tony, thank you for your presentation. Tony, can you flesh out for me a little bit this morning the opportunity for business on campus? Now, just what are you meaning there? What's your thinking there? What type of businesses do you think would be most suited for there?
I mean, I guess the answer is twofold. Businesses where there is an obvious and potential link into how pedagogy and learners can benefit from the links of those businesses. And then secondly, businesses which encourage members of the community and business to use the campus more. So twofold really. I think we've already done some very interesting work around Innovate, developing innovation business ecosystem. That work is going to continue, and although it hasn't had businesses on site, the opportunity around Innovate, and particularly in things like the startup, business incubator and accelerator activity, provides a great opportunity for businesses to be on site.
I've got time for two more questions. Councillor Laurie. Matt.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Tony, and thank you, Abby. This is the annual plan process, as you know, so specifically what do you want us to put in our annual plan to help you achieve these improvements for NMIT and for the city?
I mean, I think the first element of this is particularly around the opening up of the Collingwood Street side of NMIT. And how we might be able to do that, and at the same time support council in other projects that it might have that would be of relevance and opportunity for NMIT, given that we have a significant number of people that come onto the campus every day.
Just a quick follow-up question, if that's okay, through you. Have you got a figure in mind? How much money are we talking about?
No, look, the context of this has to be fully costed. What we know is that at this moment in time, for us to do the type of work that we want to do in terms of the specifics around the campus, that we're probably talking at a figure of a minimum of about $45 million. But that's an NMIT figure. That's not anything else that comes with it.
Right, thank you. Councillor Barker, Ian.
Thank you. Tony, have you foreseen any difficulties, any roadblocks, any red tape problems that maybe we can help with?
There are. I mean, obviously, particularly when we're talking about things like businesses relocating and that co-location opportunity, there's always going to be a whole range of resource consent issues. I think on top of that, there is also the fact that things like the Collingwood Street side of the campus has some interesting mix of existing buildings and ownership. And then in general terms, NMIT, in terms of getting to the point of being able to reinvest in the CAM, obviously needs to divest itself of certain facilities to make sure that goes towards the capital that's required to achieve what we need to achieve. So there are certain buildings that we know we need to that won't be used as part of the go forward, and there are certain spaces which we want to use more, whether it be as co-location spaces or specific NMIT spaces or the linkway type activity.
We're just about out of time, but I can probably squeeze in Councillor Delberg. Bill, if you've got a question, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Tony, for your report. My question on the co-activity between the NMIT and the Nelson City Council. I'm thinking Light Nelson. Fabulous winter. We did something, you did something. That was successful for you?
Yeah, incredibly so. And I think whilst it's a one week in the year event, what it shows us two things. First of all, the opportunities that exist around the NMIT campus, and secondly, how with some careful thought and planning, that end or that part of the city can just be such a very valuable resource for the whole community, including obviously NMIT.
Tony, Abby, thank you very much for coming in this morning, and we look forward to future discussions. I like that frame, urban grain, and establishing that across the city. So thank you very much. Good to see you.
Madam Mayor, can I also just thank the City Council's some of the officers who gave up their time to also be part of our capital asset management workshops, which was very, very much appreciated. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next submission is from Mr. Dan Maguire, and Dan's submission is on page 23. Good morning, Mr. Maguire. Welcome, Dan. Dan, I'll just ask you to press the talk button.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. That's it. Thank you.
Honorable Mayor and members of the Council. In my view, as a graduate in environmental management at the University of California, the actions of the sanctuary, the Brook Sanctuary, are far from proper environmental management and should not be funded by ratepayers. The predator fence was not built according to the application. Groves of large established beech forest on Jenkins Hill that were required to be left alone were cut down when the fence was built. Currently, by giving additional funding for the Brodificum drop, not only will many native and other birds be destroyed in the sanctuary itself, but adjacent areas such as the hills above Marsden Valley will have their bird populations radically depleted. Years of work by people such as Don Sullivan, who have reduced pests by trapping and dramatically increased the native bird population, all this effort will be set back 10 years thanks to Council's mistaken belief that it has been supporting a tourist bonanza. The New Zealand Journal of Zoology, which reviews Brodificum and the toxicity and impacts of Brodificum on non-target wildlife, shows that many native birds such as robins will die in the sanctuary and adjacent areas as a result of the aerial drop, such as in the non-target areas such as Marsden Valley side of Jenkins Hill, where native bird numbers have until now increased due to Don Sullivan's work. Dropping 20 tons of a highly residual poison in a waterworks reserve is a hazardous and foolhardy thing to do, given the adjacent population living downstream from the site and the bird life on adjacent non-target areas, which will be severely reduced. This is the cleanest water supply Nelson has at this time. To pollute it with a poison that takes 2 years to break down is bad management. It is also our backup water supply in case of emergency, and it will be unavailable due to the planned repeated poison drops. Even where you can fence a sanctuary, it is not really predator-proof, especially in this case where the integrity of the fence has been undermined by a number of problems. It is a sheer waste of money. Continued trapping would have been a far more effective alternative. Stability of terrain above the fence will cause future problems, and the next 5-yearly storm will show the harsh reality of what such an event will do to the fence. We should not get the sanctuary confused with some grand tourism plan that will reap a harvest of money to support it. People who have been to one reserve are unlikely to go to another, and evidence from other sanctuaries shows that locals seldom go. This throws the focus to the other aspect of the sanctuary, and that is the financial aspect does not stack up. It is the viability downfall of all sanctuaries. The fact is they do not make money. There are low-cost projects such as BirdLife on the Grampians that have achieved far more than the Brook Sanctuary without creating the environmental degradation that the sanctuary has done. Council has exposed the ratepayers to open-ended costs through its financial support for the sanctuary. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. I'll just see if we've got any questions from Council. Questions today? No, one question from Councillor Rutledge. Mike.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, Dan, your submission starts with the damage to the former track, the historic Dun Mountain Railway is tragic.
No, not just the railway. If you've been to the top of Jenkins Hill, before and after that area was cleared for the fence.
Sure. So I'm just reading your submission. Is that
Okay.
Okay. So not correct. Okay, I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Maguire. Dan, thank you very much for coming in and being here to answer questions today. Thank you. Now, our next submitter is Mr. James Horan, and I don't believe James is here yet, but Joe Geddes is here from the City of Nelson Highland Pipe Band, so I'll invite Joe to join the meeting. Good morning, Joe. The microphone's on, so whenever you're ready to, if you press it again, and that's it.
Thank you. Just like to thank the committee and Her Worship the Mayor for hearing me today. I'm representing the City of Nelson Highland Pipe Band. The band was formed in 1924, and we have been part of Nelson City at many local events for 93 years, and still represent Nelson regularly at community events such as Anzac Day, Iceland in Bloom, Broad Green Rose Day, the Mask Parade, as well as other one-off local events and openings. The band regularly represents Nelson at national level, competitions such as the one held here in March of this year. The next national competition will be in March 2018 and will be held in Rotorua, at which the band will again represent Nelson. The band provides a valuable and cultural community service through our performances to the public, as well as our bagpipe and drumming tutoring programs. The band does regularly fundraise, and at a recent concert at Fairfield House in January of this year, which raised $2,300 towards the cost of new sporrans. The band also has applied for grants from various organisations for new pipe bag covers and other uniform items. The band's kilts are in need and nearing the end of their usable life and need to be replaced. The cost of 40 new kilts is around $27,660. This is an unavoidable cost if the band is to remain presentable for events and competitions. The 2018 national competition in Rotorua will cost almost $25,000 in flights and accommodation. This is a necessary cost for the band to remain able to play to a good level and attract new players as others retire. I come before you today to request that the Nelson City Council allocate a contribution to the band to assist with the costs associated to keep the band active and viable. Thank you for your time.
Joe, thank you very much. There's a very clear submission. Do we have any questions for Joe? Councillor Laurie, Matt.
One, thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the presentation and thanks for the tunes and sounds at public events. Just one question for me. Are you attracting younger people to the band as well? Are you getting some,
At the
arrival
moment,
of new generations?
we are, and at the moment, my son's actually the pipe major, hence my involvement in the band. He's 26 years old, and he is currently tutoring some pupils at, I believe it's Nayland Intermediate School. So he actually gives up his own private time on a Friday afternoon and goes in there and tutors those children. They also have other younger ones learning drumming and piping at the band rooms on band nights, which is a Monday night. They're always willing to tutor anybody who's interested. Yes, some of them come, some of them go again, but some of them stay.
Any further questions? Councillor Delberg, Bill, and then followed by Councillor Courtney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, and just love your band. Funding, do you actually apply to other funding groups?
With the grants like pub charities and that, but the Nelson City Council, I think about 2 years ago, used to give a regular contribution to the band. Okay. I'm not privy to all the details because I've only been appointed funding officer recently, so in the last committee meeting in March. So I'm still sort of new to the committee area of it, but they used to receive a regular contribution towards the city events.
Okay.
Councillor Fulton Kate.
Subsequent question, did you used to receive that fund through the Community Assistance Fund?
That's what I understand was correct, yes, but this year when I made inquiries about doing that, I was advised by whoever dealt with it that I would struggle to get funding through the band using that avenue, because he said it was more for like children at risk and people at risk. So he said he doubt very much whether I should even bother putting one in, so I didn't. And he said this would be the best avenue.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Joe. I don't think we've got any further questions, but thank you very much for being here today, and thank you very much for being part of an amazing event in Nelson for the National Champs. It's a real delight to have that event in our city. Thank you.
Indeed. There's a printout which I've given, which you'll all get, which is a few photos on the back, and it's basically got as much information about the band.
Thank you very much.
Thank you indeed for your time today.
Thank you. Now our next submission is from Mr. David Eyre, and David is just on his way in. He was here. Oh, David. Good morning, David. We're a little bit ahead of time. If it suits you, we'll let you take your coat off before we can start and give you a moment. And then whenever you're ready, we're happy to hear from you if it suits you now. All right, welcome. Welcome to the meeting. The microphone's already on, I can see the lights, so whenever you're set to go, we've read your submission, an opportunity for you to highlight any key points or add any additional information.
Thank you. In which case I will apologise in advance that by the time you finished with me, I think you may be even more ahead of time. I think your normal allowance will be 5 minutes, and actually I probably only need 2 or 3 of them. The main thing that I wanted to say to the submission was the fact that I'm aware of the fact that in giving the submission that I have with 3 particular ideas about how things in the city could operate differently, in particular for cyclists, basically the structure of what I'm submitting doesn't really match the basic pattern of the annual plan. The annual plan has lots of specific things in it. What I'm trying to do in putting in this submission is really to raise some very general questions of the way in which the city makes decisions about its priorities relating to general things And therefore I don't know from your point of view whether this actually fits into the structure of the annual plan or not. But in the last year I've seen a number of situations where these ideas would seem to me to be useful, and therefore it seemed to be a good thing to be putting them in as food for thought. In that sense, really what I'm asking for is a little bit of flexibility of thinking around new ways of approaching things in order to try to see whether they would actually make significant differences. In some cases they might be things that might happen only in things like new subdivisions. In other areas they might be things that haven't been raised for a while, like changing the speed limit in the CBD, because maybe up to now nobody's made a particular priority of thinking about it, but I think it would still make the city much more livable. So I'm probably cutting across your general process for doing things by making these particular submissions, but I still think they're really valuable. And that was really all I wanted to say in person, because I found it rather hard to express that on paper.
David, thank you. And we're very happy to be flexible. We like to have thought-provoking submissions, and they certainly help us in part of our annual plan process, but also more than that in terms of our transport planning and our long-term plan. So do we have any questions for David today? Councillor Laurie, ma'am.
Thank you. I promise I won't ask a question every time someone gets up here and speaks.
I'm keeping a count,
promise.
so when you get over 100,
okay,
we'll stop.
thanks. Very quickly, I, through the chair, really appreciate your flexible and lateral thinking, David, on these issues. I was just thinking about the speed limit in the CBD. Given the nature of the way vehicles move around the area and pedestrians and cyclists, at the moment I don't think speeds get up over 40 kilometres very often. So is there an argument to say it actually perhaps should be 30 kilometres now?
I think, yeah, that could easily be raised. My general sense is that in talking to people about the ways in which they feel about cycling through the centre, there are a number of people that basically feel intimidated by the number of vehicles and also the potential speed of vehicles, even though it's not an actual speed of vehicles in some cases. Very occasionally you'll see somebody really going through the city centre quite fast. And if we actually had a general feeling that this was actually more of a protected space and one in which we wanted to encourage people to be moving through the space in an easier and simpler way, there would be more people that would be feeling comfortable about cycling through the city centre, I think. The speed itself obviously could be considered. The key question was trying to raise the question of actually getting it to be thought about and talked about.
Cool.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any further questions for David? No, I think it's very clear, your submission, so thank you, Dave, for taking the time to write and then come in today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next in the list is Richard Osmaston, and Richard is speaking on behalf of Men's Shed Wakatu, and his submission is page 83. Welcome, Richard.
Good morning, thanks very much. Yeah, lovely to see you all again, thank you. There's a further more formal submission on behalf of Men's Shed tomorrow that Phil will be making, and I made a submission previously and really wanted to talk about the holistic nature of what we're actually trying to do at Men's Shed. And of course this is a bit of an old one, isn't it? And 3 years down the road we still haven't got one in Nelson. We've got an awful lot of things in Nelson that we don't necessarily want, but we seem to be short of the things that we do want. And of course, you know where I'm going with all this. At some point, we're going to have to really grasp the nettle and see that we're really failing, actually. Even Men's Shed itself, which I'm totally behind, and it's a fantastic venture, is still a band-aid for a broken society. You know, the fact that we have so many men problems with depression and violence and suicide and unemployment really comes down to our societal structural problems, and not something that poor old Nelson City Council can stump up a bit more cash to try and pay for. And at the end of the day, every single submission you're going to sit through for the next 2 days, I know they all need money. And even if suddenly we come up with $1 million for Men's Shed, which would be fantastic, that just means that the cyclists or the reserve or a school or somebody else isn't going to get it. And for me, you know, coming from my perspective, that we need to come up, we need to finish off with the money system that's destroying us, when we are utterly surrounded by construction materials and willing volunteers who want to put them together to make fabulous facilities for us in an empty country, to continue to fob people off with, I'm sorry, we can't afford it, isn't really going to work much longer, is it? We can't just keep on doing this. I'm having a real problem explaining how we run our society to younger people who are informed about the threats that we've recently become aware of, climate change, inequality, etc. Men's Shed is just a band-aid to try and patch those things up, and we can't just carry on making excuses as we watch our environment and our society and our community literally collapse around us. Just briefly, forgive me, there's two events, one at Yaza tomorrow, one at Victory tonight, to talk about the bigger picture, so everybody's very welcome to come along to those. But I gather from Richmond Men's Shed that they are going great guns. There's people driving to Richmond to take part in an oversubscribed Men's Shed over there, and that is just ludicrous, isn't it? I mean, that's just crazy. We've got plenty of empty buildings. If somebody wanted to start a new business in Nelson selling, geez, I don't know, it doesn't matter, fashion items or cosmetics or alcohol, or I see we've got a new petrol station opening up in Richmond, which is really great. Well done, everybody. Sell more gas. That's, that's encouraging. But I guess if we had cheaper parking, we could get the shoppers back from Richmond. I mean, really? You know what I'm saying? So, Age Concern did a good survey recently, and apparently 77% of the people who responded to their survey said that loneliness and isolation were a major issue for those older people. And of course, we haven't really touched on, what the situation is like for younger people, unemployed, parentless, and of course, poor. So, where am I going with this? Is there anybody here that doesn't want a men's shed? Don't we all want a men's shed in Nelson? I think that's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Any questions for Richard? Councillor Skinner, Tim.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Richard. Who currently is the president of a men's shed?
Well, it's right. We've certainly had some administrative issues. Phil Chapman is taking over for the time being. I mean, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter if it's Graham or Jeff or Phil or anybody else. The main thing is to set up the establishment. And yeah, as you all know, we've had a lot of issues with that, but I think it's completely missing the point. It doesn't really matter who the management structure are at the beginning. The main thing is to get the shed, and it'll work itself out.
And just follow up.
And
it's been a few years now, and I think in the first year or so, as you realise, I was on the committee for what is a good objective, I believe. Has there been anything in the pipeline? I know at the time, just as I left, there was a space, building had been allocated. It was off Parkers Road, Quarantine Road, to say. What happened to that?
Yeah.
Why did that? I know it's old news, but has there been any others in the pipeline since then?
No.
And that,
No.
at the time when I was there, that seemed to be all done, dusted.
That's right, we even went there, didn't we? We had
Correct.
building
I was
materials
very
there and
excited.
everything, and then the building owners actually decided on a different use for it.
Okay.
And I mean, they themselves are ultimately a charity, but yeah, no, we didn't get anywhere with that.
And quickly, and what are you asking? What would you like to see us provide for Men's Shed, if able?
A band-aid, yeah, a building. I mean, any kind of building, even a space. The capacity of these organisations to bring materials, to bring skills, to bring, it all together is phenomenal, but they just need a physical place to get started. That seems to be the biggest issue, really.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Fulton Kate.
Thanks for your submission, Richard. And were you here for the NMIT submission, for Tony's submission?
Yeah.
So has Men's Shed approached NMIT, because they are very keen to welcome the city onto their campus?
Yeah,
and
I
I
heard
would have
that.
thought that would have been a great relationship in terms of bringing a lot of wisdom and experience onto a place where there's a lot of young people, and that connectivity would be great.
I don't think we have. I think it's a really good idea, actually.
So
Yeah, thank you.
I've suggested that for the last 3 years. that MIT could be a great place for you to set up a space.
Yeah, and did Tony, isn't it, say they were going to have some buildings that were going to be vacant? Did I miss that?
I've suggested that to the men's shed to approach NMIT. I think it would be very sensible for the men's shed to approach
Good
NMIT.
idea, thank you.
Councillor Walker, Stewart.
Thank you. Richard, what's your ideal location? I mean, are you talking Stoke or Nelson? I mean, Richmond's not that far away. So if you had a choice, where would you aim for?
Victory is probably our favourite location. It probably has the most need, the most density of people who can walk. I mean, Richmond actually is a long way away if you're not that mobile, if you haven't, a vehicle, especially if you're taking tools and things back and forth. And of course, they're oversubscribed actually, so they are crowded out in Richmond. And at the end of the day, it's lunacy to be going out there when we could do it so well here. So yeah, our favourite location was the Victory. I mean, really CBD, as close as possible to where as many people are as possible. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Richard, for coming in and answering questions today. Appreciate that, and we may see you again tomorrow. I'm not sure if you're back again or not.
Definitely. And
Right,
if anybody's
thank you.
free tonight or tomorrow night,
Thank
that'd
you.
be great to see you too. Thanks very much,
Thank
everybody.
you. Now, our next submitter is Meg Rutledge, and Meg is going to join us by conference call. And Poppy's all ready to go with that, aren't you, Poppy, to get that sorted? So we'll see if Meg's there. Just give us a few minutes. We might need a couple of goes, but we'll see if it works. Meg's submission is on page 90.
I just called.
Okay, that's right. We'll just get that number sorted. We won't be a moment.
So one. Don't find phone Australia or anything? No, don't think so. Okay. 3. Oh. You've missed a 3 there.
Thank you, Poppy.
That's all right. Do you want I just take this because I'm going to hear you. Absolutely.
Hello?
Oh, hello, Meg. It's Rachel Reese. Can you hear me all right, Meg?
Yes, I can.
You can? All right. Meg, you're joining us in the council chamber. Where are you? Where would you be?
I am in a hotel room in the Gold Coast, Australia, at a Zoo and Aquarium Association conference.
All right. Well, excellent. Thank you very much for taking the time to join us to speak at our annual plan hearings. We have read your submission, and this is an opportunity for you to highlight any key points or add any additional information, and there may be some questions from councillors. If you're having trouble hearing me, just let me know and we'll adjust the volume.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'd just like to thank you yourself, Mayor Reese, and also all of the councillors for giving me the opportunity to speak by conference call. I appreciate that it's slightly outside the normal bounds, so I really do appreciate making the effort and accommodating the fact that I was out of town. So first of all, I would just like to say that thank you also for reading the annual plan submission. I'm going to take most of it as read so that I can minimize the amount of talking time and leave room for questions. But just in brief summary, I'd like to highlight that when we initially took over Natureland in November 2013, we took it over on the basis of a budget that was arranged with the council, and it was based on the prior budget of the prior operating structure. In that prior operating structure, they actually had 9 FTEs, and we currently have 7 FTEs. And we made that conscious decision to reduce it to 7 at takeover because we were very aware of the extreme need to have sufficient funding to put into repairs and maintenance for the site that was badly in need of investment, and unsure of wanting to be conservative of the capital plan, that the capital funds that were granted to us in addition. So at that takeover, that 7 was sufficient, I felt, to run what we currently had at that time. But in only 3.5 years, we have vastly changed what a job role for a staff member at Natureland is. And I'm extremely proud of that, to say that since takeover, we have changed the animal welfare to a positive state, and this has been accredited by an external source. And that involved a huge amount of upskilling of the staff, ongoing training with them, ensuring that they're continually learning about the species that are in their care and how to provide best practice welfare for them. We've instituted conservation programs that did not exist there, specifically with our breed for release. We've increased our wildlife rehabilitation. At takeover, there were approximately somewhere between 20 to 30 animals per year with a release proportion rate of less than 20%. This last year, we had more than 100 wildlife rehabilitation cases, and we've raised our release rate to over 60%. We have managed 3 years of fiscal responsibility. We've increased charitable giving back to the community through vouchers and membership donations, such as supporting the Big Brothers Big Sisters program. And we've added 15 new animal habitats with associated increases to the job duties. Some of these habitats are replacements of old structures, but it only captures total replacements and new, not upgrades to existing structures. Additionally, our visitors have grown by 8,000 in only 3 years, with no increase in staff. And our memberships went from 42 at takeover to more than 700, again with no staffing increase. And just to give a bit of context about what that means is, at takeover, one of the staff members, I remember telling me, because I was just shocked by it, that it was really difficult for them to get through winter because you could go weeks without seeing a visitor, and you'd come in and do your job, and it just felt like no one was there to appreciate it. With these 700 members, we are so proud that we have them coming in after school. We almost always have visitors through the gate. I think last year we had 3 days of the total where we didn't have visitors, and they were on extreme weather event days. So that's just increased meeting people in the front of house consistently, and a lot of multitasking. And because we're very passionate about interacting with the visitors, that's up the amount of time that our staff have to do that. One of the other major differences that came out of the report that's highlighted is also our staff have to multitask to a degree that other zoos are not required. We don't have separate maintenance teams or separate dedicated front of house shop management. And another one is that zoos across the country have really felt that to deliver the appropriate care, and because of the new health and safety regulations, that actually volunteers are not appropriate for a large number of these jobs due to the skill level and the risk level. So as you will have read in the report, we had an independent audit of our health and safety practices, and they were deemed to be culturally sound and consistent across the team, and that we did overall scored very well. However, one of the key highlights was our staffing level. We are starting to see increases in fatigue, not only in myself, who of course picks up any shortfalls across any section of work in the zoo if someone calls in sick or is on leave, but also in the team members themselves who have poured their heart and soul into helping turn Natureland into a place we can all be proud of. And when we got these results back, we compared them to industry standards. And because of the unfortunate event in Hamilton, there was a timely set of documents that allowed us to compare ourselves across all of the New Zealand zoos, large and small. We have had discussions with small zoos such as Brooklands, which is in New Plymouth, and Willow Bank in Christchurch. And so we're not just comparing to the very large zoos, where of course we appreciate we're not going to be on a similar scale to that. But even with those similar baselines, we are probably the most understaffed zoo in the country, performing well above our weight. And I'm just concerned that that's unsustainable. In addition, now that I have these documentations that we're understaffed, I've also had to flag that with the Ministry of Primary Industries, who registers our facility, and they do oversee all aspects of our running, from health and safety straight through to animal welfare, to our enclosures, keeping the animals in, which is obviously an important factor. And staffing is a big part of their concerns, that we can run everything effectively, safely, safe for visitors, safe for animals, and safe for the staff. So the key purpose of this submission is not really in the context of everything with Natureland, and I'm very aware that this is very different than the long-term plan submission. The reason we felt compelled to put forth this annual plan submission is because we have a very specific health and safety issue, and I definitely have concerns that if we don't address it, I'm going to have to plateau our strong growth rate, and we could sort of hope at best to plateau that, and at worst potentially start to see things slide back, have to shelve progress or delay training. I mean, I could go on, but yeah, we're definitely getting to a full saturation point. And it's also a risk now that we've upskilled the staff, that I could lose the staff because now they are skilled and proficient enough. So that retention level, if we push that fatigue too far, then we also take a step back in the whole organization, because I lose my skilled staff, and we have to start at square one again of training people with very low skill levels to do very complicated jobs. So you sort of set yourself back by a couple of years in an organization as small as we are if we took that hit.
Meg, I've got some questions from councillors. Is there any last things that you wanted to say before you have questions?
No, I'm quite happy to move on to questions.
All right, thank you. I've got a question first from Councillor Courtney. Mel.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Meg, for your presentation, both verbal and written here today. And thank you also for what you're doing, your team are doing, and also the Trust are doing down at the wildlife sanctuary, the zoo, the wildlife zoo there in Tahuna. It's unique. But you know, my antenna sprung up when you said, Meg, that you mentioned the word burnout. So you're our greatest asset there. How are you? How are you coping?
Depends on the week, Mel. Some weeks I cope just fine, but other weeks I'm exhausted. I'm proud to say that my job role has grown as we've grown as well. We have much more time needed to devote to strategic thinking and external relationship building, and yeah, I'm very tired. I spend 2 to 3 days a week on average in a good week in the last 6 months working as a zookeeper on a full day's roster during the day, and then I go home and try and do my job at nighttime.
Thank you.
Just one other question. Perhaps I have a number, but I'll just limit it to one more. Meg, you mentioned the visitor numbers that increased to another 8,000. What is the total for the year? Last year it was 35,000. Has that increased at all?
Well, we do believe we're on track. So when we took over, our best guess numbers were that there were 28,000 visitors a year. Last year we had 35. We've based our budget on a 5% increase. And having looked at the 6-month final through April 30th, we are on track for that 5% growth again.
Okay, thank you, Meg. I've now got a question from Councillor McGurk. Brian.
Thank you, Meg. Good morning. I think it's probably, 7 o'clock in the morning or 8 o'clock in the morning where you are. Just two questions. One is, what are the variables in terms of the health and safety in that audit? Because different zoos will have different risks and there'll be some variations. Can you just help me explain what some of the variations might be that you need to take into account?
Sure. I think the biggest one, specifically in regards to the report you will have read from the Hamilton Zoo submission, is we classify certain animals by risk factor. Therefore, if it's an animal that if a safety fail occurred, the outcome was death, such as with a tiger or a chimpanzee, WorkSafe just in the last year came down and said that that's a 2-person per animal system. So that would be the biggest variable. We don't have any animals on site that are now required by WorkSafe New Zealand to have 2 keepers working with at one particular time. I'd say the other significant variable is, again, just the fact that keepers at most zoos, their only job is working with the animals and all aspects of that, and some visitor work. And our staff have to do the presentation to make the zoo look nice in the morning, do all the animal care, visitor interaction, significant amounts, all of the closing up, and they also have to help cover front of house duties with the shop if no one else is available.
Okay.
And a subsequent question, in terms of the industry standard, it talks around about 30 to 1. And your numbers are, you've got 7 and you're looking at perhaps 9, so I'm just wondering, is the bid that you put in very conservative? I think you've asked for 1 FTE at 48,000. Do you think that's...
I'm sorry, Brian, I had a little bit of trouble understanding the question.
Okay, I think in the papers, the industry standard talks about an average of 30 to 1.
Right, as the goal.
As the goal, and you're above that, and you ask for 1.5 FTE, but funding for 1 FTE at 48,000. That still brings you below what you were and below the industry standard. I'm just wondering, are you being very conservative with your bid?
Well, we are going to aim for the 1.5 FTE, but I'm very aware that we have a large responsibility ourselves as an organization to meet council halfway, and that the support from council is always hugely appreciated, and we feel an obligation to try and leverage that. So for that extra 0.5 FTE, we're in discussion to apply for LEOTC contracts, which have opened up for the very first time since our takeover. So we fund 0.5 of our educator visitor experience person at the moment out of our own budget. And that was something that we actually did not plan on at our takeover budget, because at our takeover, Orana Wildlife Trust had agreed to let us have their 0.5 FTE that was LEOTC at Natureland. And unfortunately, only 6 months into our management, they decided to pull that back to Orana. And this is the very first opportunity to reapply for LEOTC since our takeover date. So my hope is we'll apply for the LEOTC, hopefully secure it, and then the 0.5 we're currently spending on our visitor experiences and educator, we could then reallocate ourselves back to that staffing requirement for the keepers.
Okay,
Great,
thank you, Meg. I've got a final question from Councillor Delberg. Bill.
Thanks, Meg. And thank you and your team for the great work on your part of Nelson Biodiversity. Your question is, it looks like you're looking for 48,000 or up to 68,000. My question would be, probably from response, external funding supporting Natureland. You've got a marvellous project. I'm assuming you're maxing out on that. You're asking different groups of funding?
We will be considering that. However, I'm just aware that when it comes to a base staffing level for animal husbandry and a health and safety concern, my first priority is making sure that I've got long-term security. And again, my preference would be, if I were to go for funding from an external grant organization that would be willing to pay overhead, that often that would be just a several-year term. And I feel that to carry on a long-term growth plan of safety, I would prefer to, again, say, have that cover the education portion, and then seek to grow those areas of the budget with that. I would just be really wary when it comes to the animal care and husbandry of having a short fixed-term project. More appropriate uses for overhead funding for animal husbandry for a fixed period of time, in my mind, would be to leverage our conservation work for specific projects that would benefit Nelson biodiversity. So say, have someone who worked with our breed for release animals for a defined project of trying to release, hypothetically, a breed for release, a species of bird that maybe the brook identified a need for. Typically breed for release cycles run 0 to 5 years per species before you tend to wind up a project and move on to a next one, and that's sort of the way I've looked at that.
Yeah, thank you for explaining that nicely. Thank you.
Thank you, Meg. Meg, we're well over the allocated time that we had for the submission, so I'm going to wrap this up now, but thank you very much for joining us and answering questions, and we will be deliberating on your submission, not this week, but the following week. So thank you very much. I hope you enjoy the rest of your conference. Thank you for joining us on conference call.
Thank you very much for your time and for considering us. I really appreciate
Okay,
it.
thank you. Goodbye.
Bye.
Thank you, Poppy. That worked well. That was good. All right. Now, I don't think there's anyone else who's waiting to see us at this time, so we can take a break for morning tea. We might find that the submitters arrive by sort of 10:30, so if call the meeting to order and welcome Larisse Hall, who has very kindly come in a little bit earlier to help us out with our timetable. Larisse, welcome to the meeting. You're welcome to join us. We've read your submission, and this is an opportunity for you to highlight any key points in the submission, or if there's additional information that you want us to be aware of, then now's the time to tell us. All I'll ask is that you just press the talk button and the red light will come on, and then you'll be able to be heard. We are recording, live streaming the meeting, so in order for people to hear you and have you on the recording, we just need you to press that button in front of you that says talk. So whenever you're ready.
Hi.
Larisse, sorry to interrupt. It looks like the microphone hasn't quite gone on, so just press it again and then take your finger off it and it'll be fine. It'll stay on. So now you're good. All right, thank you.
Yeah, first time here. Hi. Would you like me to say that again?
If you just start again, just paraphrase the start and then we can record that, so that would be great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hi, so my idea was a sunken ship that celebrates our marine reserve. It acts as an educational facility as well as a fun experience and a tourist attraction all in one. It would highlight the marine research in the area and the reserve and celebrate traditional Maori fishing practices and customs along with current fishing practices, and basically offer experience. The idea being, as you explore the sunken ship, it's literally as though you're on a sunken ship. It would be deliberately built to appear sunken. Some of the portholes would be out to the actual ocean, the reserve, like Kelly Tarleton's, but more of an experience, more exciting and more real. Other areas could be virtually a reality experience or video installation to appear real. And in this way, different areas of the marine environment could be highlighted, offered to the public to actually experience. There could be an actual virtual fishing experience or an actual real fishing experience, but basically it's about our fish, how to protect them, the actual environment that they live in, and how to protect that, but set in a way that doesn't seem so boring. And it makes it more exciting because it would be interactive. In amongst all the history and that sort of thing, there could actually be a treasure hunt or a mock treasure hunt, so that would get the kids excited, and they're going around hunting for sort of the clues to get the end treasure, as well as learning on the way. There could be things like water safety, life jackets. It could offer all sorts of experiences, possibly going out in a mini submarine to research the marine life. Which could influence a youngster's career choice. I was here 15 years before I realised we actually had a marine reserve here in Nelson, so hence where this idea sort of came from. And in a grander sense, it would bring back the Mapua Aquarium. So it's kind of offering something fun, something local, something a little bit different, pulling in tourists, and it could be offered as a Nelson package. It could be combined with the brook, the sunken ship and the suitor, keeping people in Nelson along with the boutique shopping, and then they can go off and explore Golden Bay. Another idea was that you could get there either by a fishing vessel, there could be a wharf out to the sunken ship, or perhaps even experience being ferried out there as a guest on a waka. Obviously, we'd need the correct permission and that sort of thing. You could be helicoptered in. Okay, so it's offering an experience and catering to and for all, and there'll be different price brackets and accessibility as well. And that way then people will want to come again and again and experience it in its different packages. One of the rooms could be like the Wanaka Puzzle House, you know, all askew but actually your level, and so you really are interacting with this whole sunken ship idea. Okay, so in summary, it's something fun that stimulates the imagination and has the want factor, and it could include the history of Maori in the region, traditional fishing traditions, and go into our modern day practices as well. And then obviously around that there's all the basics of what type of fish we have, how to protect them, and it's celebrating our Nelson culture, providing entertainment, fun, knowledge and conservation all in one.
Louise, thank you very much. I've got questions from the Deputy Mayor, Paul, and then Councillor Walker.
Can I first of all say how refreshing it is to have someone come into this chamber with an original idea, you know, to really make us think about the very issue that you've raised, and well done. Well done. Just one short question, and that is, where do you think you would place this sunken ship? Are you thinking of the Marine Reserve off the Glen?
I was thinking either there or possibly, I had to do research on the Waka landing area for a proposal there, and that also was instigational in this idea concept, and because it got me really excited about the history of Nelson that I wasn't aware of, and how the port and the area had changed so much. So I was thinking either the Glen, possibly in between the Boulder Bank and here somewhere. I'm not exactly sure how deep that water is, and you know, potentially it may need to be, because I have no idea about marine, I'm a artist, but potentially it might need to be manipulated so it gave you more of the effect of the realness, and in that way then you're celebrating the realness, but it makes it potentially more viable.
Councillor Walker Stewart.
Thank you. Through you. I know it sounds like early days. Any idea of what costs could be involved, or are we not hit that
None
yet?
whatsoever. I just thought I'd throw the idea out there and see what came back. And obviously it depends too what level you take it to. When you're talking about getting in helicopters and that sort of thing, you could put it out to somebody private charter.
I have my card here I'd like to give you because I know someone that could help you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Final question from Councillor Noonan. Oh, you've been asked then, Councillor Skinner. You've managed to sneak in. All right. Thank you very much for coming in to present today, and I endorse the Deputy Mayor's comments. We love having exciting ideas to think about, and this is an annual plan process, which is sort of an exception to the long-term plan. Maybe that we can't work this too far through the annual plan process, but it's a good discussion to have in preparation for the long-term plan. But we'll see how we go. Thank you very much.
See ya.
Now we're going to move forward in the agenda to Mr. Alec Woods. Now I don't think that we've got Penny. Oh, just double check. Hang on. Yes, no, it is. No, you're right, Alec. You're fine. We're all good. I haven't got Penny Molnar's not here. She might be on her way, and we'll go back to her. Alec, good morning. Welcome and thank you very much for adjusting your diary if you've had to come a little bit earlier. We've read your submission and an opportunity for you to highlight any key points or add any particular detail that you wish to the submission. So when you're ready.
Thank you for the opportunity to come along and talk this morning. I won't read through, I'll just summarise. I'm representing the Nelson Heritage Nelson, used to be known as Nelson Heritage Advisory Group, and we're really here, or I'm really here today, just to reinforce our stand on heritage in Nelson, and hope that the support that the council has shown in the past will continue. We're an umbrella group of representing a number of organisations in the city who all have an interest or an involvement in heritage, and we're all very appreciative of the efforts that council has made and the work that the council has done to date, and the value that it places on Nelson's built heritage. We're keen to see the move on Church Street, the enhancement of the CBD. We think there's some real potential there to attract visitors in from those sort of southern accommodation areas, motels down in Waimea Road and Rutherford Street, and provide a good gateway into the city. We'd also urge the council to look at improving Albion Square. At the moment we've got a very attractive art gallery and a very important area of heritage for Nelson, but the two have their backs to each other, and we think that there's potential here to provide a sort of a walkway, if you like, through Albion Square, through the gardens and the gallery, and perhaps down to the centre of New Zealand. We appreciate the work that the council has done in supporting Heritage Week, and especially the work that Debbie Daniel-Smith has done. We note with concern that at the time of I wrote this, the position of Heritage Advisor was still to be advertised, so we hope that is filled soon. We can't really continue this good work with no one in that role. Art galleries, pleased to see the work that's been going on there with the obviously with the Suter, but also with the Refinery Gallery, and giving art the profile that we feel it needs to have in this town. Nelson Regional Development Agency, pleased to see that there is some sort of reinvigoration there, and we really believe that we've got a big tourism potential. I live in the centre of the city, and I'm very well aware of the number of tourists who walk around our town and are very interested in what they see. The Haven Precinct, we feel that that's an exciting opportunity, and we support this. We think that there's a terrific opportunity to open up the link between the beach and the city with walking and cycle pathways. The Maitau pathway is obviously a part of that, but the Haven Precinct would really give that area a sort of create a destination midway. So we support that. Just in summary, just to remind councillors that over 3/4 of the respondents to an overview of the Nelson Plan felt that heritage was important to be retained or enhanced, and we think that this is obviously very important. We're a little bit concerned about current discussions that are going on with residents at Fountain Place, who are under the impression that their heritage precinct status might be lifted, and we're talking to the council's historic consultant, historic places consultant, about that, and talking to residents. I attended the unveiling of the Seymour Place or Seymour Street panel the other day, and it was really encouraging to see the way the community turned out to that, and I think that that's something we need to be aware of, that heritage precincts are not just about collections of significant old buildings, but they're also about the glue that seems to exist between the people who live in these areas and gives them pride and in their street and in their properties. So yeah, it was great to see that happen, and so thank you for the support there, and that's all I have.
Alec, thank you very much. I've got questions from Councillor Rutledge, Mike, and then Councillor McGurk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. One a bit philosophical perhaps, and the other a bit more specific. Does the society have the view that we should be preserving these historic buildings and other areas at all cost in their original, as close to the original as possible? Or is there more of a feeling that we should use these old buildings, make them useful for modern purposes, and to sort of integrate the two together? Where does the society fall on that continuum?
Well, that depends very much on the building. When we looked at Trathan's building, it was pretty obvious that that had to come down. Yes, that could have been retained, but at a vast expense, and I doubt very much whether it would have fulfilled whether it would have met the user's need, the people who were going to invest. Would that necessarily have been what they felt was useful for them? So it depends an awful lot. You can't save every building, but we also believe that it's good to see a building pay its way. So we're keen to encourage sort of adaptive reuse if possible.
Okay, thank you. And then very specifically, I'd really appreciate your opinion on this. There are a lot of submissions around the Brook Sanctuary and the fence, and comments around the slip that's happened on the Dun Mountain Trail. I rode it over the weekend, and it's perfectly serviceable as a bike and a walking path. Where would you come down on the side of we should spend any money to restore it to exactly what it always was, versus how do we keep it suitable for modern purposes that's affordable? Where would you see? Is it we must keep that dual carriageway idea all the way up there, or is that a bit neither here nor there?
So you're talking about the Dun Mountain Railway?
Yeah.
I mean, it's just a personal perspective. It's not. We don't have a view of that on that as a society, but that's where I was sort of encouraged to learn about tramping and getting outside. Was going up to Third House and then round to Rock's Hut and down to the Maitai. So that was a sort of a favourite place of mine. But obviously times change and mountain biking and whatnot has come along, and so we're just encouraged. We'd encourage use of the area really, whether it was visitors to the sanctuary. And the sanctuary needs a fence. You have to put the fence somewhere. That bench, I know that there are some very steep gradients there, and I think that will continue to be a challenge with windfalls and so on. But no, I think that it's great to encourage more people to get out there and use that area.
Thank you, Alec. We've got time for one more question. Councillor McGurk.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Alec. Thanks for your submission. I really appreciate it. The question I got in your submission, and you talked about it briefly, is Albion Square. I know it's a dock reserve or urban reserve. Have you had any conversations with DOC?
Yes. We've had conversations with DOC and NMIT and all sorts of people.
So where would you see the role of the council with the upgrade?
Well, our feeling is that it really needs some sort of leadership. And as you know, we've got, DOC's it's not a local body. It's but we do have a council that is responsible for local leadership, and we feel that council needs to take the lead on something like that and work with NMIT and DOC and other organisations. It's a very complex kind of collection of buildings and jurisdictions.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just leave it there.
Thank you. Thank you, Alec. I know councillors could talk to you all morning, but I'd encourage them to attend a Heritage Nelson meeting from time to time, and if there's extra questions, councillors, we can wrap those up with the officers at the end of the day. Alec, thank you for coming in. Thank you for the work that you are doing to help Heritage thrive. Now, councillors, we're going to just juggle a little bit in the agenda because we have asked Andrea Warren to come earlier, and she did that, and so she's going to be next on the agenda. So Andrea's submission is page 233, and then we'll go back to the order. Welcome, Andrea. So just whenever you're ready, if you just press the talk button and the red lights, you're all good to go.
How are we going there?
Absolutely
Fine.
perfect.
Thanks for hearing me out today and seeing me. Just a simple submission really, and it's to do with Seymour Avenue, our new heritage precinct. Councillor Walker came and gave a great speech at our opening for the heritage sign. We had a lovely turnout, beautiful sunny day. We received a neighbourhood grant from the City Council to provide a picnic and barbecue. I want to thank the Council for that. We've half-installed speed calming devices in the form of poles down the street to combat the high speed and boy racer activity down our street. These have been installed halfway down the street, the first set, and they've been in a week, and we've had great success. So I'm working with Kayleen Goldthorpe to install the remainder of the speed calming poles down there. So following on from that, Seymour Ave is the main access route for Brook Street children to access all schools, Boys College, Girls College, St Joe's, Central and Intermediate. We have a vast number of students walking and biking to school using Seymour Avenue to get to their destinations. A lot of parents won't let their kids walk and bike to school down Seymour Avenue because there's not a safe crossing point for the Brook Street kids. And at the intersection of Scotland and Seymour Avenue, there's directional traffic coming three ways and an obscured view from the SUVs and cars parked outside the rear entrance of St Joe's School. We've raised the issue before about moving the 40-kilometre speed school zone sign from outside the back entrance of St Joe's School, which is in Scotland Street, back to the start of Seymour Avenue from the Brook, and that they said that the council said they were going to look at that when it was next going to be reviewed, and what we're asking for is just a raised crossing or a shared path at the end of Seymour Avenue so the children can safely cross the street, which will encourage more parents to let their kids actively go to school by bike, scooter and walking, and out of their cars, and reducing congestion around the heavily congested areas of St Joe's and Seymour Ave as well.
Andrea, thank you. We may have some questions from councillors, although it's very clear what you're seeking. Any questions? No, don't take that as that we're not interested. No, hang on, Councillor Fulton's decided she has got a question. Councillor Fulton.
In terms of that walking safely to school, what happens up at Collingwood Street then? Is it safe once you get around the corner? And
now, when you cross Collingwood Street, it's generally the high school kids so that they can get over there. Yeah, so this is just from the Brooks kids and Brook Street children going to primary schools.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
It wouldn't cost much to implement. It would just be a raised crossing shared path. I've talked to Rhys Palmer about this earlier, but he's since left. So this is just the last wee piece in the Seymour Ave puzzle, if you like.
Right. Thank you very much. Thank you. It's very clear, and thank you for your kind words with regard to Councillor Walker. He was very kind and filled in a duty for me, which I know he really enjoyed. So thank you,
It was
Stuart.
a great day. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Stuart, and thanks, Tim.
All right, now let's have a look at our list here, and I think we'll go back on the list to Anne Naihi, I think, and you'll be next up. So welcome to the meeting. You can come and join us here to speak on behalf of Nelson Walkers Unite. And Anne's submission, and I just have to put my glasses on to read it, is page 130. Welcome, Anne. Welcome to the meeting. The microphone's on, so whenever you're ready.
Thank you.
We've read your submission.
I'm going to read it because I haven't sat here for 15 years. So
Oh, are you? Well, we have all read. We have all read the submission, so the councillors have had them distributed.
That submission, but what I'd like to say.
Oh, absolutely.
About it, yes.
Right. Thank you.
And looking around, I imagine that most of you here ride a bicycle, and I think how lucky you all are. I, after 60 years of not cycling, I hired one and got going. Trouble was, I thought I was on a BMX, so next thing I fall, rip my leg open and require stitches. So my husband marched the bike back to the shop. And I do think it would be wonderful if all of us could ride everywhere. But have you thought of this? That everyone in this room, even cyclists, will grow old and appreciate a walking path from Nile to Trafalgar. Those that cycle have a strong voice and can stick up for what they want. Others may be too shy to ask for what they want. They may feel inadequate or feeble, but they really do want to be outdoors and to walk unhindered. It is for these people that I put my case. In fact, also for their dogs. One might think that a rider will sound their bell when approaching others, but this rarely happens, therefore surprising those walking in front of them. Those deaf don't even hear the bell if it is rung. An urgent rider mostly speeds along. There may be a dog or two. I know they are so loved, but even they, the dog, may not know which way to go when a bicycle arrives. People with pushchairs or walking sticks become confused, and toddlers enjoying a romp with mum. They need and hope for a path set aside for walking, all the way from Trafalgar to now. Without this guarantee, it makes people reluctant to walk at all, therefore reducing the amount of necessary exercise. There are already dropouts from that. Some even feel depressed because they can no longer walk with ease. Surely we could have one path in town for those that can't cycle but still enjoy the outdoors. One for old and the young going about their activities on the Mount River path. Pushchairs and dogs are common, so too young children and the aged. As more of the population grows older, more consideration needs to be given to making the place age friendly. Green Gables is developing into an enormous retirement village right beside the Maitai River. So we need to cater for their desires, needs and wants. There are many tracks all over the district for cyclists which I wish I could use, but no, not now. Along the Maitai from now to Trafalgar, we want a safe and attractive tree-lined path for walkers. Plan for your own future. Be kind to yourself. Be selfish and plan for age. You have the chance to make everybody happy. Thanks.
And thank you. There may be some questions from councillors. Councillor Laurie, Matt.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Anne. Just wondering, have you been to Wellington and to Oriental Bay, Oriental Parade?
I have, yes, not lately, but
It's a lovely spot, and through the chair, it's a place where Wellingtonians walk of all ages, ride bikes, ride skateboards and walk their dogs. And it works in Wellington. I'm just wondering, why do you think something like that can work in Wellington but not in Nelson?
we don't know that it can't work in Nelson. We haven't got one, have we? But I don't think that the Maitai River is the place to put it. I think that, in fact, the Maitai River should become a park, that from Trafalgar to Nile Street, that through that area there should become its own park, and so we should call it Maitai Park or something like that. I don't
understand
think that we need this other combined
so just
activities.
for point of clarity, through the Mayor, so what I'm saying is, in Oriental Bay, in Wellington, you do get that combination. It works really well.
Perhaps the Wellingtonians are different from us.
Well, how do you think they're different?
Well, they live there and we live here.
It's a much wider space.
There's room, and actually, Tim, you're not submitting right now. So you think Wellingtonians and Nelsonians are different?
Yes, of course they are.
Okay, thanks.
Our next questions are from Councillor Dalberg. Bill.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I like the presentation. So my question would be, and I've got to say I've been walking that area now for about 30 years, so probably a conflict of interest or something. The width of the park, the width of the walking way. My question would be, do you think it needs to be wider, or are we happy where the size it is now because it restricts the speed?
Well, I live right on that path, and as I can see it, it seems to be wide enough. I don't think it restricts the speed because the bicycles still go far too quickly.
Thank you.
Three minutes.
Further question, Councillor
So
Dillon?
my question is, so when we are walking, one's coming dogs and whatever.
Yep.
That's the other thing. It's a dog route, really. It's a dog area. Is there enough space for people going both ways? That's my other question, which I think where the other people are saying, does that make it dangerous?
No, I haven't noticed that as so. It's not crowded, so there aren't a lot of people coming both ways all the time.
My last question would be then, because that's what I watch out, it's my opinion, that's yours, does that sort of area become like, when we say the word park, because you've used it a couple of times now, which I get, do you see that as like an area where people meet and walk rather than a transport avenue?
There's a lot of meeting. I see it with just perhaps someone's walking their dog that way and someone that way, and they stop and chat and they stay, and others for a sort of family group or friends group.
That's the reason you would like park. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne. Thank you very much for coming in to speak to us today and for answering questions, and thank you for your submission.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next submitter is Mr. Clive Beaumont, and Clive is here to speak on behalf of Nelson Bays Football. You'll find Clive's submission on page 189. Good morning, Clive. Welcome to our hearing. We've read your submission.
Thank
You've
you.
been here before and you know the drill. So welcome.
It still is daunting.
Don't let us be daunting.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. First of all, good morning, everybody. The first thing I'd like to say, as I said in my submission, is on behalf of everyone who plays football in Nelson, which are over 2,900 people each season, thank you very much for the facilities that you provide. And we appreciate those, and we appreciate the effort that goes in from the staff and from NELMAC in particular to ensure that we do have excellent facilities. Having said that, there's always things that we'd like to see that might be improved. Most of the items which are in my submission go to the long-term planning of the council with respect. However, there are a few things which I'd like to emphasise which perhaps need to be looked at in the annual plan. There are two main, obviously, facilities for football in the City Council's boundaries, being Saxton Fields and Neil Park. I know that one of the clubs and the biggest sporting club in the top of the South Island, in fact, will be here tomorrow making submissions about Neil Park. So I don't want to dwell too long on that because they will certainly emphasise things as far as that's concerned. Suffice it to say, as I said in my submission, that I do support those submissions which FC Nelson have put in and which they will talk to tomorrow. In terms of Saxton Fields, we need to look at Saxton Fields in particular with regards to its current state, where the pitches are and how they are maintained. In the past season, in 2016, we have several occasions on which we had to move matches at very short notice due to the state of pitches at Saxton. And it's not the grass cover and it's not how it is on a nice, beautiful, sunny Nelson day. It's obviously when it rains. We have two, what we call, or what I'm told are premium pitches at Saxton, which is the one in front of the pavilion and the one in the athletics oval. Both of those are classed as premium pitches because they have what is sand slit drainage across them, which are slits where the sander is put in, which helps drain the water supposedly. Both of those pitches last season have encountered significant difficulties when it rained. With the greatest respect, I think that is down to lack of maintenance on those pitches, lack of maintenance of the drainage slits, and lack of observation from the maintenance people. That comes across as a criticism, but it's really trying to be constructive. When we put in pitches of that nature, they do need to be maintained properly, and budgets are budgets, but if we're putting in the more expensive pitches, and our contribution to those pitches is greater than on other pitches, and therefore the cost that's put towards them is obviously greater, therefore they should have better a better result and a better outcome. That wasn't the case. The number one pitch at Saxton last season had huge problems, primarily in my opinion caused by the bund which was put there whilst the cricket indoor facility was being built, which seemingly then just stopped all the water from draining away to the trees at the south end of the pitch. Since I made my submission, I have received an email from council staff which was directed at the club there, indicating that they have found a problem with the drains in terms of roots or blockages in the drains, which I'm told they're going to attend to. But it's something obviously which needs to be have ongoing observation and maintenance to prevent it from happening again. At Saxton as well, there are two other pitches which we use on a regular basis, which again, as soon as it rains, we just got to cancel everything. And again, these are things which I think in the long-term planning have got to be looked at seriously. We know there's a Saxton plan which will eventually be rolled out. One of the pitches I think is designated to be lost anyway to hockey. But that also begs the question as to what's happening to the land to the southwest of the cricket oval, and whether or not pitches will be put in there in the long term. If so, I would simply request at this stage that the football is consulted about that, if indeed those pitches are designated for football. So that's Saxton Fields. In terms of other things which have occurred relevant to the annual plan, the next question is obviously with regards to Trafalgar Park. Trafalgar Park, first and foremost, for those of you who don't know, football is now a 12-month sport in Nelson. We participate in the National League during the summer, which effectively is an additional 5-month season to the 5.5 months that we have in winter. So for 10.5 months we now have the sport actively engaged across Nelson, which is probably the longest of any code, of any formal sports code in the city. The confusion about Trafalgar, which I've been in conversation with Councillor Skinner about and obviously staff about, is obviously that renovation, Trafalgar Park is the only place which is capable of hosting matches of that nature. It hosted 9 successfully this year. We had a lot of people down there watching, as people around this table can also testify. They were great occasions, and that place has got to be cemented in the summer as the place where National League football is played in Nelson. We certainly intend to have a National League side here for the foreseeable and long-term future, and therefore we'd like to know that we do have a pitch which is capable of hosting matches of such prestige. And for those of you who don't know, the National League at football is the equivalent of the Tasman Marcos provincial rugby tournament, so it's at that level, and we play 9 matches in Nelson over the course of our league season. The query I have and the matter which I'd like to know and have feedback about is the scheduling of the so-called renovation of Trafalgar Park. A, whether it is being renovated, B, whether or not it's simply going to have work carried out on it to maintain the current pitch, and C, when is that going to happen, because we're receiving very confusing messages. On the one hand, I certainly don't get any consultation from the staff here about when that might happen. I simply get an email which was written to me about a different subject, and there's a two-line paragraph at the bottom saying, by the way, you won't have Trafalgar Park next season because we're doing works between October and January. I've referred that into councillors. We've had different responses as to when that might happen, but it's still, as I'm sat here now, not clear as to that. And I think that the point I'm making is that in such cases where maintenance or renovation of the premium ground in Nelson is happening, then there one should be consultation with all the codes to which that affects, not simply one of them. And secondly, due consideration is taken equally to all codes as to their necessity and their needs to use that venue. and some clarity pretty quickly between now and July would be nice as to when that's going to happen. I'm told by NELMAC, who are your grounds people, that there's absolutely no reason why renovations cannot be carried out between March and May in a year, in which case really doesn't affect either of the National League or National Provincial sides using Trafalgar Park as a venue. It will simply be in the early part of the club rugby season. So I'd like clarification on that, and I think that's a relevant point to the annual plan. The additional point I make, and this again goes to the long-term plan, is obviously whether or not it's time for the council to consider planning to put in an artificial pitch which can be multi-use for all codes in terms of training and or playing. The venue for that, I'd hate to say at this point in time. There are several which I could suggest, but it would probably favour one club over another, and that's not my place, I don't think. But I'd be happy to be consulted about that if in time over the long-term plan that would happen. The point I'm making about that is, again, across the summer we're trying to maintain fields and pitches and everything else, but if we have extensive training, which we do, then it's a lot easier to manage if the surface is simply there all year round without any interruption.
Clive, thank you very much for your very thorough submission, and I must just see if there's any questions from councillors. Councillor Skinner, Tim.
Thank you, Clive, and hear you very loud and clear there, and as we've had some very good discussions, and as you know, I enjoy the sport myself. I've been artificial turf's been on my priority, as you know, of wishes. In the city, where would you? I've struggled to work out where you'd put it. Where it would be if we were to have one in the city. From your expertise, where would it?
Well, I'm just going to suggest that Clive's probably said.
Okay, fair enough.
That's probably a conversation rather than a submission taking us.
Fair enough. Fair enough. And with Neil Park, is there anything that we can do better? I know Neil Park is I've struggled with that because it's on a dump site, so it's moving all the time.
Yeah.
We've got some great parks of areas, and a great area there. We're limited to what we can do.
As I said at the start, there's points in my submission about the maintenance of Neil Park, and I think FC Nelson, who use that almost exclusively, will make more detailed submissions tomorrow about it. My view on Neil Park is that there has to be a scheduled period of maintenance every year on it in terms of top dressing, simply top dressing with topsoil. If we did that 3 years ago, where a huge amount of topsoil was spread over and it simply just filled in the lumps and bumps which we all know occur at Neil Park over times, and the grass grew through it quite happily during the spring, but it's got to be done in the early spring, because otherwise it just doesn't get a chance to take and grow in time for the next season. But that's just simply collecting soil from elsewhere during the course of any year, and goodness knows we have enough topsoil removed for building and everything else, which can be used in a different way down at Neil Park every spring. And I think that maintaining the pitches down there at that level is probably all you can do, because of the site underneath it and the fact.
Councillor Skinner, I need to continue on.
A question about about artificial turfs. I know we had the Hallswells at the Hallswell Suburbs game ended up being cancelled because we didn't have a turf to play on because of the grounds.
As did the women's game as well.
If we don't get an artificial turf in the near future, 2, 3, 4, 5 years, what impact does that have on our football ability to promote Nelson and encourage teams?
I think inevitably it will stunt the growth of the game.
Junior and senior.
Most major cities now are investing in a certain level of multi-sport and all-weather pitches.
Thank you.
Thank you, Clive. Thank you very much for coming in today and answering questions. And we'll be heading to deliberations and week after next. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Now we're going to just have a look at my list to see who we've got here. We haven't got Greg as yet. I don't think Greg is here. And we have got Tim Bailey, so I'll take Tim because he's come in early for us. Thank you, Tim. apologies, I should have probably taken you before Clive, and then I'll go back in my list. So welcome, Tim. Microphone's
Thank you, Madam
on.
Mayor. Thank you, councillors, for hearing my submission. We'd just like to go back and over the submission that we made the last time for the cycling and walking way along the Maitai. Originally, residents got together with councillors, with staff, and came up with what we thought was a very good plan of a separated cycle and walking way from Bridge Street to Nile, which got taken over and basically negated by Maitai, the Friends of the Maitai and Nelson Unite, Walkers Unite. We do think that there is pressure for there to be cycling along this route, but it should be separated as much as possible. The route is too narrow to combine the two together. I think what they've done so far along from Nile to Cloyston Street Bridge is great, has worked well, and the new handrail that's gone up at the bottom underneath the Nile Street Bridge is great. Andrew Bethringham's done a great job. I'd like to thank him for that, and I've been walking that route regularly now and have had very little trouble with cyclists. There's been hardly any, and those that I've met, I just tell them that it's a walking track where they kindly dismount and walk like the rest of us, and had really no issues. And it's nice to walk that without any pressure from knowing that mountain bikers are going to be suddenly up your backside and pushing you off the path. I think there's some big issues with trying to get a path that's shared along there, and this is the problem. The path is narrow, and you've got all, as Anne Nai said, there's a lot of elderly people who'd like to walk, a lot of dog walkers. You get people walking. I walk my dog on a long lead. Cyclists hate those because they don't know, and cyclists don't know which way to go. They go left, they go right. You have no idea where they're going. The other day I got called a 4-letter word on the Demet Street Bridge by a cyclist who came up behind me and asked me to get off the path on the bridge. Now the path there is only 1 metre wide, and I told him that this is a walking path, I am not getting off this path. And he called me a grumpy old, which I can't mention. So I was a bit astounded because he's an older guy too, and he was on a mountain bike, and he was prepared just to cycle straight up my backside and through the dog and didn't care. So I think they need to be separated there. And I think there's an opportunity there because originally in the original plan there was going to be a small wall, there's a little fence running along the top of the Maitai there, a wooden fence. And lately, you guys, and as was discussed last night, we're coming up with the flood plan, and that whole area now has been declared a flood zone, and there'll be flooding now into, I'm not sure how it floods because I disbelieve that that's the amount that it'll ever get to, but Tonkin and Taylor have come up with the Demet Street will now be underwater, and that water will then flow down Bridge Street and into the Queen's Gardens and into the CBD. So if you were to put a cycle path along the top, very easily you could change the fence to a 500mm concrete wall, right? Same height as the fence is now, but just make it solid concrete all the way down there. You would protect, because of their 1 in 100-year flood to 2100, comes up to only 200 mils along there, and then floods down Hardy Street. So you would protect that whole part of the city from flooding by putting in a very simple concrete wall that would protect the cyclists from the traffic and would just create and protect flood control as well. Because right now there's some pretty silly ideas coming up where people have to build houses 1.5 meters in the air, you know, and so forth because of this so-called flood control. But that's another matter. Lately, they've removed the Robinias along the road from Hardy to Nile, and I don't think you should take this as an excuse to suddenly whomp in a 3-metre wide shared pathway. That should be replanted. The existing path is totally wide enough for walkers, and dog walkers and so forth, but not wide enough to be shared and should not be used as a link. I think there's room in both sections to do a separate cycleway and connect. The other question I have is, I see in the thing there's 150k in the budget now to do work to make a cycle connection from Niall Street to Bradford Park because of the cycle or the walking way being put in from Niall Street to Cloyston Street. Originally that was 50k. Do you know what the extra, does anyone know what the extra 100 is?
Well, we'll deal with, you've raised it, so we'll ask those questions
Okay.
of officers. Because
Okay.
otherwise we're going to have we're already at the 5 minutes, Tim, and I've got
Okay.
people wanting to ask you
Okay.
questions. Were there any
Yep.
final points that you wanted to make?
No, I just think that the original plan was a good plan, and I think the other issue there is that has come, there's a lot of issue now with cars on Demet Street coming from NMIT, and I think this is something you have to approach with NMIT. The parking is atrocious. It's all over the city now. It's, you might as well, the flood control plan is about where the parking goes, so the same blue mark for that is where NMIT people are parking, and our street, we got it remarked because we complained and they marked it, but that's now made the street narrower, so it's basically only a one-way street, and there are times there when I would doubt that a fire truck could actually get down there in case of emergency.
All right, thanks, Tim. I've got questions from Councillor Barker. Ian, you're first.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks, Tim. Your proposal for the separated cycleway.
Yes.
Would it actually take any trees out?
It did take some trees out, but the only 3 trees along the section from Bridge to Nile. Most of the trees, there were 20-something trees in the original thing. Most of them were a bunch of junk trees that were at the end of the little footbridge by Riverside Park that were coming out in that proposal.
All right, thank you. Next on my list is Councillor Skinner. Tim?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Tim. Why do you not support having bikes using the Demet Street, thinking of...
Using Demet Street?
Yeah, people using it to go to work.
It's just too narrow now. It's just every day it's from 8, 9 o'clock in the morning, it's jammed full of students' cars, and it's just, you cannot drive down that street side by side. You have to drive one, and it's actually quite dangerous for cyclists now.
And this is why you're asking to remove parking?
Yeah, well, the parking that gets removed would be along the section, the section from Hardy to Bridge,
Yep.
which is quite narrow now, and the original proposal was to move the parking, make that one way, and to remove the parking and put it all on the city side, and then just have a small fence, which, if you did flood control, could be a simple wall.
Last comment. You've brought a number of points there.
question.
Is it supported? Is that question? Is it supported by most of your street?
Most of the street, of our end of the street. There are some residents who are against it. We didn't try and get together. Well, we did. I suggested that they all put their own comments in this time.
Thank you.
So I think you've got some others from other people.
Councillor, you've had a lot of questions.
you.
It's going to cut
That's
into
a good
other
one.
people's time, but if you feel it's vital, then it'll just
Thank
have
you.
to reduce other people's speaking time.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Tim, this submission is made through the chair. This is made on behalf of Demet Street residents.
Yes.
You've been talking about we a lot.
Yes.
I've got an email from one of your neighbours who says that you haven't consulted with your neighbours
Yes, we have.
about the idea of a separate cycle
Yeah,
thing.
we did a long consultation last time, and I sent out an email to them this time, and we've talked to them, and they're all, yes, they have consulted them.
Thank
So
you, Councillor
your
Laurie.
neighbour, Dan Maguire's...
Councillor
not
Laurie,
telling
perhaps
the
you
truth.
could
You're
resolve
wrong.
that outside the
Sorry?
meeting.
Is Dan Maguire wrong?
I think
Dan
we.
McGuire got the email and all the things. If he
All right,
didn't
so
respond,
Tim and Councillor
then
Laurie,
that's-
I think that's a matter between you as gentlemen. You can sort out outside the meeting and come back
have
to
no
us.
problem with that.
Thank you, Tim. Concludes today.
Okay.
Thank you very
Thanks.
much for coming in. And I'm conscious we've got quite a few people who are now waiting to speak. Now we've had, I'm just looking at my list here, and Mr. Hugh Briggs has been waiting for quite some time, so I'm going to take Hugh, and Hugh is also speaking. I think Doug Hattersley is joining Hugh, speaking on behalf of the Colonel Noel Percy Adams Society, which we better know as Melrose. Welcome, Hugh. Welcome, Doug.
Yep.
We've read your submission, so it's an opportunity for you to highlight key points or add any additional information.
That's all I intend to do, Madam Chair, and Doug will talk to some aspects of the programme, but primarily I'd like to focus on some of the key points in the executive summary. Now, as you know, this is a bit of a good news story as far as Merrow is concerned. It's looking absolutely magnificent now. The council very graciously have painted on the outside and also working on the gardens to make them beautiful, and we have done a lot of work on the inside. So we're very appreciative of what this council support has given us, both the council as a council and also the council staff. And we have been working exceptionally closely with the council staff over the past couple of years on the programme that we submitted to you last year, and we're basically resubmitting it again this year. Our principal concern is now that we've got the house in such great shape, we want to make better use of it. And we have got a very, very professional, creative, dedicated, passionate board of professional people. And they have put a lot of time and energy into creating a programme of events. One of the things obviously we want to do at the house is to have more events so that we can hopefully raise some funds through the events and also make it available for better use for the community, because we have a function as lessee of the house that we are supposed to improve the house physically, but also make it more available for the community and make it used by the community. And that is our prime purpose now as a society, is to get this house used more. Not just the house, but the house and the gardens. We've made a strategic plan, and we've been working closely with your staff on the heritage strategic planning exercise that they're going through. So we have prepared our own plan, I think because we've got such professional people in our team that we have been able to do that. We have worked very, very hard in a comprehensive programme with the council staff on our works programme, and Doug's going to talk about that. He has put in many, many hours as a professional project manager. He's just a wonderful asset to this community in that respect. So the purpose of this submission is to really say that we want to make sure this house is properly used. As you know, in the past we have been exceptionally fortunate in getting most of our funding through from external sources. That has obviously become harder, as you know, and we very fortunate again received some funding from council to make the renovations of the bathrooms complete, and that has been a tremendous bonus. Everyone's given incredibly positive feedback on it. So again, we thank the council for looking after your own house in effect. So really that's all I'd like to say. I would like to say that we do have an amazing team, but again it is really now we've got a good looking house, and want to make sure that it is better used by the community. And I would like to say here too that obviously the council has been going through some reorganisation, and there's a position advertised for a heritage advisor, which I believe is yet to be filled. We would strongly support the retention of that particular position. We had a very strong relationship with Debbie Daniel-Smith and really recognised the work she did, things like Heritage Week, which we benefited from. So we would like to say that we hope that council will ensure that that position is filled. So I said we basically got our funding from outside sources, but we did come back to council saying we couldn't raise the other 50% that we had to get from RADA Foundation. Again, we're looking at ways and means of trying to raise funds, which is having a very successful events programme, but we may well require some further funding too. We're making submissions to the council on that later on. So I'd like to pass it on to Doug. Doug is the one who prepared the works programme with council. He'd like to make 1 or 2 points on that too.
Thank you. Welcome, Doug.
Yep, thank you very much. I'd like again, as you said, thank the council for everything you did for us in the last year. We think we did a good job working with the staff to get a plan out that was consistent with a long-term plan. And so, our submission to the annual plan, our strategic plan and our long-term plan are all work together. We had a long time talking to the council staff just to check what had agreed last year and what was passed, and the agreement was that the money that we've allocated for a number of events would be put up with council. Everything that we've put up in our strategic plan has been agreed with the staff for putting up for recommending. So it doesn't mean to say the council is going to recommend it, but I just want to say we've gone through step 1. one of the main areas we wanted was the stage area at the bottom of the lawn. You know that the Melrose has got a beautiful lawn going down to it. It's a bit like an amphitheatre. We think that if we can get a earth stage down that area, it's more like a virtual lawn, so it doesn't sort of look like a stage. It's just go down and be flattened off. So it's a geotechnical issue. We spoke to the Parks and Reserves, I think it's Parks and Recreation staff, yeah, and we said that we'll fund the design ourselves from our own funds so that we could actually then apply for the money, because we can't apply for the money. So we've been seeking 50% of that stage area from council, and we'll go and get the other 50% from another source, e.g. the Rata Foundation. So that we hope that goes through. The idea of that is to help us become self-funding in the future. You know that we're responsible for the internal of the house, and the council responsible for the external of the house and also the grounds. We do our budgets and taking into account the external stuff and the stage and the grounds, so that we are also tracking what you spend, so we know that that what you're going to do is going to be also working with what we want to do, and we hope sometime that your funding for that, which you have to do under the arrangement of owning the house, is that will reduce with time, because we'll hopefully make more money by having more events. So that's our main priority. The other one is that we wanted to upgrade the other historic building on the site, which is the stable area, and use it and have it an artist in residence or something like that. That's that is structurally sound. It had a bit of old bore in it, it's dead, but it's actually, can stay and can be fixed up. But that is a lower priority. We can't ask for everything in 1 year, so we'll be looking. So we'll go for that for year 2. We've got to be practical, because we know that you've put a lot of money into it, and we're extremely grateful for last year. So one last thing is that it's a lot of effort. We can market Melrose, but having someone that's actually a sort of an event organiser, like we used to have before, would actually be really helpful. And you'll notice in our plan, strategic plan and annual plan submission, that we'd love to be able to have a fund manager, that someone that an event manager that could actually just organising it. Coming up with ideas is easy, actually organising events so we can actually make more money. That's it. So everything we do is not just throwing money in so it looks nice, it's actually to try and reduce costs later on. That's what we're trying to do. Thank you.
Thank you both very much. And maybe some
Can I
questions.
just add one thing? We talked about our events program. I've got copies here of our events documents. I'd like everyone to see that, because we also have a Friends of Melrose program, which we've now got 80 subscribed members. And I do hope that all of you, as councillors, would become members of Friends of Melrose so you can support your own house. A lot of financial benefits from it, free high teas. So there you go.
We might be conflicted if we did that. Councillor Rutledge, Mike.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This functions manager position, I'm just hoping you can flesh that out a bit for me. What do you expect the cost to be, and what do you expect the income you're going to generate from that to contribute? So how much, and then how much do you want council to fund of that role versus how much will be self-funding?
Well, I'll ask something Doug can as well. We originally did apply to Rata Foundation for funding for a petition. We reckon something like 30,000 a year for, maybe 20 hours a week, 10, 15 hours a week or something. But then again, we had to think, if we're going to apply to Rata again or other sources, it's now a 50-50 situation. So we're saying we might be seeking some 50% funding from council. Because as Doug says, we've had 2 team members who've burnt themselves out organising the various events we've run this year, successful ones. And we really feel that we always wanted to have someone basically fulfilled the role that Simone Henry did when she was a full-time manager there. We'd love a full-time manager, but there's an issue with that too.
The lower, just to get put in dollar value, the lower level of in our strategic plan is the of what we could get as a net revenue. We get a total revenue of 39,000, and we expect to have costs of say 13,000 to achieve that, to put something on. So we're talking about 26,000, so it's in the right order. But that's the lower level. That's just what we think we can sort of do ourselves. If we had an event manager, we could make more and be further in the black.
Thank you. A question from Councillor Courtney Mell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, thank you for your submission, Hugh and Doug. Do you work at all closely with the Nelson City Council's Festival and Events team?
To some extent we have done. Obviously we're one of many event functions centres here, and there have been various groups that meet. There's an events organisation that does meet regularly, and we talk about how we're going to coordinate and everything else, and that's what we see the role of council in the heritage strategy and the events strategy. It's getting someone who can coordinate all the work, all the events that we all want to do. We've got some extent of coordination now through It's On, but nevertheless we can still improve that particular system.
Right, thank you. Thank you very much for coming in to submit today and answering questions. Thank you very much. And the house is looking fabulous in the garden.
Thank you.
We're now going to go back in the order to Mrs. Penny Molnar, and I'll invite Penny to come forward to present on behalf of Community Action Nelson, and you'll find Penny's submission on page 162. Welcome, Penny.
Thank you. My apologies for being late. I somehow missed the time that I was meant to be here.
That's all right. It's worked out quite well for us, so thank you.
Great. And I won't take long. Firstly, just to let you know that Community Action Nelson used to be the Community Workers Training and Support Group when we've been in operation for nearly 30 years. And we're a small organisation of volunteers who are very committed to community development, and particularly from the community sector's point of view. And we have obviously been, all of us been involved in many community organisations over the time, and we've really appreciated the change that the council have made with the community fund, and by bringing in community people into that, which I know came from the City Council representatives at the Community Whānau Network, and at discussions there. And now of course we have what you call the Community Investment Fund. Our submission really is to also bring to your attention the fact that in 2015 100,000 was taken from that to be put into the insulation of housing. Now we all absolutely agree that housing, especially rental housing, needs that attention. However, we are sad and would like you to consider taking that 100,000 from somewhere else, so that that community investment fund continues to be hold more funds in it that can then be spread across the community sector of social services that do an amazing job for a pretty low budget generally, and that it's getting harder and harder to get funds, as you know. Many organisations' funding schemes are now very connected to contracting, and a lot of the small funds that council, DHB, etc. used to have in the past, education, just don't exist anymore for organisations to apply to. So that's our main point, is that that this fund helps community organisations to help the council fulfil its role and its goals in a healthy, safe, inclusive and resilient community. So that's, thank you.
Thank you, Penny. We'll see if there's any questions today, but I think it's a very clear submission. There's no questions, but don't take that as we're not listening. It just means that you've been very clear in your submission. So thank you for coming in to speak today. Now, I'm just checking on my list, and I think we're now up to submission from Mr. Gus Tokamo, and I think joined by Christine Irvine, Living Wage. And now that is on page 223, and I'll invite Gus and Christine to come to join us in the meeting. Tēnā koe, Gus.
Tēnā te mati ki a koutou o te kauni, ngā rangatira o te kaunihira o Whakatū. Kia ora.
Kia ora, welcome. Please take a seat. The microphone is on. We've read your submission, and now's an opportunity for you to highlight any key points, or if there's any additional information you'd like us to be aware of, now's the time to talk to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Madam Mayor, councillors, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the opportunity to speak to the submission to the annual plan on behalf of the Living Wage Nelson, made up of community, union and faith-based organisations. We would like to acknowledge the public support for the living wage from councillors Brian McGurk, Councillor Courtney, sorry if I just use your surnames, Councillor Fulton, Councillor Laurie, Councillor Skinner and Mayor Rees. We also like to acknowledge the pledges of support for the living wage received from the aforementioned Councillor Eklund prior to the local body elections in late 2016. We are here to outline the key points of our submissions. We call on the councillors and the Mayor to honour these pledges and to facilitate the adoption of a living wage for Nelson City Council by paying a living wage to directly employed staff and workers employed by contractors delivering services to Council on a regular and ongoing basis. Before we start, we would like to acknowledge the PSA who have been working with Nelson City Council to ensure that most, if not all, directly employed workers are paid above the living wage.
In conclusion, there has been many things that have changed since we spoke in the Chamber last year. Probably the most significant being the landmark pay equity decision, which acknowledged the market failure relating to the pay and conditions of workers in aged and disability services. After many long years of campaigning, the government finally acknowledged the need to increase wages to provide dignity and respect at work. Increase wages, dignity and respect at work. There are those in the community who believe the market will provide. However, the market failed Christine Bartlett and many others, and it required intervention to secure a settlement. Even former National Party President Michelle Boag acknowledged on Q&A recently that the $2.1 billion pay settlement will be a win-win for workers and the economy. Workers and the economy. Because low-paid workers don't hold on to their money, they spend it and the economy benefits. Imagine how much more of a win we can have when we treat all workers with respect and dignity and pay them at least the living wage, at least. We urge Nelson City Council to put its vision into action and demonstrate the leadership you were elected to provide. Honour your pledges and make the living wage a reality in Nelson. The vision is there, the time is now. Let's make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Thank you. Very colourful. Brightened up our chamber today. Councillor Courtney Mel.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, thank you, Gus and Christine, for your submission. Most interesting. I don't agree with the name of it, you know, living wage. I think you should seriously consider, or have you considered, changing it to the survival wage, because I don't think that, excuse me for saying this, but $20.20 is enough. I think it should be $25 to $30. Tradespersons in this town get $65 an hour. So no, I don't agree with your name. I don't think it's a living wage at all. It's a survival wage, and I don't think it's adequate. So there you are. What do you think about that?
We might answer that one. Thank you for that.
I think that's called a leading question.
this is a start, a significant start.
Thank you.
Similar to the issues that were raised in relation to pay equity, that was a start. But we need to start somewhere. The days of sunshine and poverty wages should be gone forever.
Yep. Hear, hear. Hear, hear.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rutledge, Mike.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm pretty sure I'm correct here. I've had a look at it. When the living wage movement started compared to now, the rate of increase is about double CPI and other wage gains. Why is that?
Okay, I'm not an economist, but I think what you need to really focus in on here is the impact that sunshine wages and poverty wages has. That argument is a bit of a furphy, and quite frankly, you should be ashamed. This is about people being able
Sorry,
to...
if I could,
speaking.
I wasn't making an argument, I was asking a question.
People's ability
that was all.
to live.
Okay.
I appreciate that, but this is not what it's about. It's not about chucking out facts and figures. It's about stepping up as leaders of our community, because small business people are voters too. And small business people are suffering because there's not enough money in the economy. This is a start. This is a start. Be part of the start. That's what councillors have voted for, to look after the constituents of Nelson. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rutledge, did you need to clarify your question?
It certainly wasn't answered, Madam Mayor. So it was an inquiry as to why that difference was. But
I'm sorry, but you'll need to introduce yourself. Andrew, hello. Thank you. I'm sorry, did I get that quite wrong? So, oh no, I didn't, Christine. I've got Christine, but I didn't have you, Andrew. I had Gus and I had Christine. My apologies if I missed you on the list. Thank you.
The living wage is independently assessed, and it's quite conservative. There is a 5-year review that will occur next year, but it is quite linked to wages, CPI, and a whole range of other things. But it's about the cost of living. As you may be aware also, the CPI increased to 2.2%, or 1% for the first 3 months this year. So it is quite independently assessed, other than the minimum wage, which is thrown out there with no scientific backing.
Thank you. Time for one more question from Councillor Skinner. Tim.
Very quickly, contract cleaners, etc. They're some of the hardest working people to keep the city running, and I strongly believe $15.75 is way too low to be paying them. My question is, often the feedback I get from some is it's too complicated to try and introduce a living wage to our contracted workers. What's your response to that?
What I would say to that is that that's what they said in aged care. That's what they said in disability services, and they came through. And now people can expect in 2021 to be earning at least $27 an hour, and they deserve it. And as you pointed out, every person from the cleaner to the CEO deserves to be treated with respect and dignity in this council.
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming in to present. Gus, you wish to close?
Yes, yes, I would like to apologise for not adding Andrew into...
Oh, that's quite all right, Gus. That's all right.
I wasn't quite thinking.
No, it's just helpful, because then what we do is we record it in the minutes as to who's speaking. So thank you very much.
He was our technical advisor.
Thank you, technical advisor. No, we all need one of those. We all need one of those. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, thank you. Our next submitter is... So I'll just wait so our submitter can hear. Actually, I might just wait for everybody to go out, otherwise it'll be quite disruptive for our next submitter. And I think that would be disrespectful. So we'll just have to wait now, because otherwise it's going to be a bit disrespectful. Quite a way behind. Well, I think I'll try and get started. So if everyone could just quietly go out, because we are running a little bit behind, and I'll ask councillors if they could just be a little bit quiet now so that we can get on with the hearing. And I'll invite Mary Ellen O'Connor to come forward to present. Mary Ellen, oh, my apologies. Sorry, Mary Ellen is not here, but Kate Malcolm's speaking, but Mary Ellen is here. So I'm a little bit confused. Maybe Kate is, I've got a note Maybe Kate is speaking on your behalf. No. So I've got Mary Ellen as an individual.
Sorry, Rachel, I've got no idea.
Oh, that's all right. Well, then, that's all right, Mary Ellen. If you decide tomorrow that you desperately need to speak to us, I've got a submission number here from you, but if one of the officers can probably tell you which one it is, and if you feel you really needed to speak on it, please just come back in. In the meantime, I'll go to Kate Malcolm. Kate, welcome. Welcome to the meeting. Page 244, councillors.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, and greetings to everybody. Like many of your other submitters, I want to share a few thoughts on shared paths. And first I need to amend my written submission. There should be something up on your screens about now.
We don't have any to the screen, Kate, but we've got this handout.
Oh, great.
So we've dealt with it that way.
Oh, thank you very much.
It's not a problem.
Okay, so we didn't have much time to discuss this in NILSUS, but I think this is a better suggestion than the one in my written submission. And there you see the shared path idea linking St Vincent Street with the CBD. St Vincent, Gloucester, Vanguard, Hardy Street. All the footpaths marked in green are already wide enough, 2.9 metres, to be used as shared paths. And the only work needed will be a crossing facility in Vanguard Street, some way from the roundabout. No car parks will be sacrificed. We're so lucky with the CBD that it's essentially a square with traffic lights at each corner, and we just need to get the shared paths to the traffic lights. At that point, slow cyclists can join the traffic, can use the road, while other users can continue on the footpath. Any fast cyclist would stay on the road all the way and would happily go through all these three roundabouts. Looking at the users of shared paths, we are diverse. Slow cyclists, mainly children and oldies. Children on scooters, oldies on mobility scooters, disabled folk in wheelchairs, walkers with dogs, walkers with buggies, skateboarders, joggers. We all have chosen a mode of transport that's healthy and sustainable. We're all out in the fresh air enjoying our surroundings and to a degree interacting with each other. But there's no one group representing us all. As you gradually expand the network of shared paths, would it be useful to have a sounding board for ideas? In fact, a shared path users forum. I don't think you enjoy being in the position of referees for opposing users. And in the discussion this morning, I haven't heard anything about mobility scooterists. It shouldn't be a fight between walkers and fast cyclists. The list of users I've given includes slow cyclists, myself and children and other oldies. So I'm suggesting we have a shared path users forum or SPUF. And I, for example, have plenty of ideas for expanding the linkages between shared paths and extensions to shared paths, especially in the Vanguard Street and Motueka Street area where I cycle and where I see huge room for improvements. There's been a great increase in traffic on those roads since the lights on Waimea Road went in. And school children are expected to negotiate that heavy traffic in the rush hours with very little help from you, the council. Is anyone actually monitoring how the college boys get from the railway reserve across the valley to school and back again in the afternoon? Is anyone looking at how the Nelson Intermediate pupils get all the way up Vanguard Street to school? No safe way is provided for either of those cases. And these are children, vulnerable people. This is something a forum could discuss. After all, the shared paths in Nelson are a distinctive and very valuable part of our lifestyle. For me, they're the most valuable part of living in Nelson. And we, the users, have a lot to offer in terms of ideas about design and location. Thank you very much.
Kate, thank you very much. I'll see if we have any questions. And thank you very much for that very extremely clear map.
Thank you very much.
The lack of questions, I don't think, is any indication of lack of interest. It's just you've made your submissions very clear, and so has been your presentation today.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you, Kate. Now, moving on in our list, I have got, who have I got coming up next? John. Now, John, is John here? John, and I'm going to say Rominger, and excuse me if I haven't pronounced your surname correctly. From Men's Shed? Oh no, he's not here. My apologies, not here. I'm not reading my notes very well. But I do have, so moving on, I do have Judy Robinson from Te Hunanui Community Centre. Welcome, Judy. Hello, Judy. Welcome to our council meeting today. We've read your submission and an opportunity for you just to add any additional information or highlight your key messages.
Okay. Thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to speak. As you have seen from my submission, we are very appreciative of council's support in making the facility we currently have available to us. We would like to also support the upgrade of the Te Hunanui Library and community housing funding. We would request the improved toilet facilities on the beach. I think most people in Nelson find them most unacceptable, especially when trying to change children or change out of those wet things. And funding, we would appreciate funding being allocated to improve facilities in Burrell Park, including barbecues. It's now a park which is used quite often by people, and just making it a family-friendly park rather than just a blank space would benefit a lot of people in the area. Also, the installation of a poster bollard or two would be really appreciated, just to give people clear information of where things are and what's happening in Te Hunanui. The review of and the implementation of the Te Hunanui structural plan. And finally, we would request it being implemented into the annual plan to upgrade the building we're currently in, bringing it up to a public use standard. I know a fire assessment has been done on the building, and it doesn't currently meet public use facilities. It has residential fire alarms rather than commercial fire alarms. It doesn't have a access ramp for disability people in wheelchairs. We often get people coming in asking us to how they can get in and then how they can get out when there's a lot of people in the hall. The community rallied round when we were given the opportunity to take up the lease, and spent hours and hours providing paint and painters and carpet and carpet laying and building and gardening and doing hours of work, which was just wonderful. And we're now seeing the community centre flourish, you know, from young children dancing with their parents in the morning to the elderly dancing with skipping ropes in the afternoon. That was Monday, you know, and different things happening all the time, from cooking classes to to sit and be fit, and it's the community doing it. It's not so much us, you know. It's just we've provided the space and the opportunity. But it would be so much better if we had toilets that were up to standard, and especially the disabled toilet, which is pretty hard to get in and out of. Also, the outside of the building does need painting. It's been blue and falling to pieces for years, but hasn't been used for years, but now it is, and it's time to really make it look presentable. One more thing, which wasn't in my submission. The other huge area of growth in Te Hunanui and at the centre has been the youth development, where we have events, and we have a drop-in cafe on a Tuesday and a Thursday, and children, I'm not allowed to call them that, young people who have been out on the streets really just causing mischief are now involved and engaged, and they're cooking, learning to cook and eating, and I mean they are eating instead of not eating, not having food, and they're sharing and engaging, and I really hope that the council's youth investment continues, and that we don't have a drop and a break in a year. You know, I know there's a strategy to look at funding next year, but we've got this going now. Let's not lose momentum.
Judy, thank you very much. And thank you for that fantastic overview in a short space of time of all of the work that you are doing in Te Hunanui. Now, do we have any questions from councillors? Councillor Barker, Ian.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think the idea of the poster bollards are really, really good.
Okay.
And you've suggested some locations outside your place, at the Sands and outside the medical centre. Do you think the signposting generally in that area for the attractions that are over in the beach reserve are good enough, or could they be incorporated into those bollards, do you think?
Yes, it could be better than what they are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the signage in the reserve is pretty good, isn't it?
As far as I know.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Signage does need to be upgraded. Just even outside our building, it's not what it is now. So, but
a good idea.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Laurie, Matt.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Judy. I spotted in here improved toilet facilities at Te Hunanui Beach next to the playground. I'm just wondering, what kind of feedback have you had from the community about the current facilities that we've got there?
That they're poor. Yeah, they're poor and cold and not useful.
Thank you. Councillor Fulton, Kate.
Thanks for your submission, Judy. Do you regard points 1 to 4 of your submission, where you've asked the council to upgrade, so the painting and of the exterior, the fire safety, the toilets upgrade, and installation of a cleaning laundry sink, do you regard that as responsible landlord kind of stuff?
I do.
Thank you.
And no further questions? Judy, thank you very much for coming in and for presenting today.
Thank you.
Our next submitter is Karen Stade on behalf of the Nelson Historical Society. Karen, I'll invite you to join the meeting. Thank you for your submission, which
Thank
we
you.
have
Good afternoon.
read.
Yes, it is.
Yes,
Good
we're
afternoon.
into afternoon now.
This is Karen Price, who
Hello,
is the
Karen.
Vice President of the Nelson Historical Society.
Welcome.
So thanks for listening to us today. And I would like to start by congratulating the Nelson City Council for its support of the city's heritage. We are all the better for it, and I think that we've come great strides in the last, I don't know how many years, but certainly the last decade, in getting our heritage out there in front of people, and not just people like us who are history buffs. You know, we're no-brainers, we're going to love it anyway, but it's getting other people on board as well, which is fantastic. So I think that really over the last 10 years we have started to build a real reputation for celebrating and displaying our heritage. Part of that is Heritage Week. Also the network of history walks, attractive information panels that tell our stories, murals displaying our heritage, the continual development and expansion of the PROW website of the Top of the South History Stories. And much of that comes down to the enthusiasm and dedication of the Arts and Heritage Advisor, which that particular role has involved developing very strong community links, networks, with the likes of groups like us, the Historical Society and other heritage-based groups, but also working together with council organisations, including founders and the different heritage homes around the city, and of course the PROW team, but also the wider community. So after 10 years we have farewelled our Arts and Heritage Advisor, and the Society is concerned about the future of that role. And although I'm aware that staffing is an operational issue and not a governance one, I feel it's up to Council to give guidance and into the direction of heritage in the city, which is why we've come to you today. We have noted that a position has already been advertised for an arts advisor, which is obviously half of that position, but we haven't seen one yet for heritage advisor, and so we're a little concerned about where that sits at the moment. We're worried that the leaps and strides that we have made in that time will be lost if the role of heritage advisor is allowed to disappear or perhaps be subsumed by an umbrella council heritage management structure. It's a role we think should be considered as an integral part of an overall city heritage strategy, and it's only through a well-developed strategy that a successful and vibrant, inclusive heritage plan can be implemented for the city. That strategy is well overdue for review, and we urge Council to update that as part of the 2017-2018 annual plan, but also place it within the long-term plan. One of the last things that the Arts and Heritage Advisor did before she left earlier this month was to develop the first loop of the proposed multi-loop citywide legacy trail. The feedback on that loop in Stoke has been very positive. As a society, we have heard from a lot of people who say they don't normally get involved in heritage things, and they went along on their anniversary day launch and loved it. The opportunity is there to build on the success of that particular loop with the progressive addition of other loops that encompass the whole city, and a coordinated trail that links existing walking and cycling trails, heritage buildings and sites, and history panels is of mutual benefit to all of us. As Nelson continues to develop into an outdoor recreation centre of repute, particularly when it comes to mountain biking and the Great Taste Trail, the benefits of a legacy trail will show in terms of the economic benefits in heritage tourism. So the Historical Society urges Council to build on the momentum started by that initial loop by budgeting to continue the development of the legacy trail. So in summary, we ask that that role of Heritage Advisor is continued as part of the city's overall heritage strategy, that the heritage strategy is reviewed as part of the 2017-2018 annual plan and also placed into that long-term plan, and that Council budgets in successive years for new loops of the legacy trail so that they are all interconnected. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Karen. Karen, is there anything you'd like to add to the stage?
No, I think we've pretty well
Covered it off? All right, great. Questions? Councillor Delberg. Bill.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Karen, for your excellent presentation. My question probably is around, we appear to have in Nelson quite a few heritage sites from varying levels. So are you recommending that we try and do something for everything, or are you getting us narrowing down on a few that may become part of our attractions? I'm even thinking of financial feedback for us in the city.
Well, I think there's the obvious ones, aren't there? But I think that the initial part of the Stoke one has expanded it out to link in those existing trails and pick up what is along those. So the Stoke one, of course, is an incredibly long one, the longest it would be, I think, in the whole city. But if we looked in town, I think you could bring in the obvious things that we all know about already, the church steps and the botanics with the first rugby game, you know, that kind of thing. But there's the opportunity to go out further and loop in other aspects of our history that perhaps they're not sites, perhaps they're not buildings, but there's stories that can be told.
Thank you, Karen. Councillor McGurk. Brian.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Karen and Karen. Great to see you again. It's probably not a question you'll be able to give any definite answer, but in your feedback with the other networks with through the heritage groups and genealogical society, things like that, are you noticing an increase in the interest in heritage and more people coming to Nelson to pursue some of the stories and the history that goes with the place?
Well, I think so, because I think that up until relatively recently there was a bit of a cringe factor that we didn't have a history. And I think we've actually come of age now and we're recognising that we do, and we have a really interesting story. Nelson, being such an early settlement, has stories under every stone, and I think we're now just beginning to actually tell them and share them and display them. And so people are going, God, I had no idea. So we are finding younger people coming along to even the Historical Society, and the Genealogical Society is getting more people along. I do think that because it's easier to access now, people are seeing it and going, I'm interested.
Thank you. Final question from Councillor Courtney Mell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to you, Karen. Thank you for your submissions. Another story for you. Have you considered a plaque or something at the foot of the track up to the centre of New Zealand? Because I'm halfway through reading a young man's thesis on times and about the Depression times in Nelson, when the Nelson City Council led New Zealand by employing 2,000 unemployed people, and married men, a couple of 3 days a week, and single men 2 days a week, built the track up to the centre of New Zealand. And I thought, I'm only halfway through, and I got to this and I thought, who can I talk to about it? Could I talk to you?
Come and talk to me, because I don't know that story. I
Right,
know,
there
I
we
know
go.
they were involved in other
If
things.
you hang around for
There
lunch,
you
then
go.
you might be able to have that conversation with Councillor Courtney.
Thanks,
Thank you
Mel.
very
Thank
much
you.
to you both for coming in to present today and for answering questions.
Thank you all.
Our next submission is from the Nelson Citizens Advice Bureau and Nelson Tasman, and Bill Johnson is here to present. Welcome, Bill. I invite you to join the meeting. Thank you, Bill. The microphones are on, so you're all set to go whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors, and I wish to thank you for this opportunity to address you today. And unfortunately, Hilary, our manager, is not here today, so I'll do the submission for her. We really value and appreciate the support we receive from Council, both financial and the premises that we occupy. And it's on the subject of the premises that I'll make this submission. We, along with the support of 30 or 35 to 40 volunteers, we receive about 3,500 inquiries a year to the Bureau from people within Nelson and the Tasman district. Of these inquiries, about 25% are walk-in, face-to-face inquiries, the remainder being by either phone or email. This contrasts with the rest of the average across the rest of the 90-odd bureaus in New Zealand, where it's about 65% face-to-face. The reason for this is that our premises are really remote from the city centre. We're not co-located with either a library or other community groups, and we really believe that we could give a much better service to the community if we could be a bit more central. And I guess that is just the whole purpose of this submission, that if there is any opportunity for us to move either with a relocation of one of your other groups, then we would like to be considered for that. And also this year we will be following up a bit on that. I know we made this same submission last year and we haven't really chased it up, but this year we'll be trying to do something about it.
Thank
Okay,
you, Bill.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Bill? I'm sure this will be something that we'll be discussing some more, but I think the submission is quite clear in terms of the request. There's no questions. So, Bill, thank you very much. It's an indication of a very clear submission. Thank you for coming in. Our next submission is from Nelson Motels, and John Gilbertson isn't available today. Lee Sinclair and and Andy Milner are here to speak. Welcome. I invite you to join the meeting. We've read your submission, so it's an opportunity to highlight any key points or add any additional information.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today, and apologies from John, who's sunning it up in Tonga at the moment, so you've got us today. It's a great opportunity to be able to come and just add a little bit more on what we've said in here, and thank you for the good work that the council are doing at the moment. So the first point we had on here was regarding the transferring of costs of the water leaks, particularly in the motel sector. So the instance that we're referring to in our submission was a motel in Tahuna, where there is quite a bit of ageing infrastructure, and it can go a month between meter readings and people don't know that they've actually got this leak going on. And in this case, it cost the business about $10,000. So you can appreciate from a small business that is a lot of money off their bottom line. So we wondered if they'd, between yourselves, you'd be able to have a look if there's some way that can either be based on, a month's worth, based on what their typical usage would be, and rather than charging for the full amount of water that went out in that leak. So that was that first point there. We're probably sounding a bit like a broken record with our talking about the commercial, the non-commercial accommodation sector, which is growing in the region, and we wanted to bring it up again this year, probably more in light of what's going on in the Auckland discussions at the moment with the targeted rate that they're proposing up there, and to state that we would not like you, for this council not to consider such a rate, that we think there's other ways. If the rating base was going to be expanded, there are other sectors that could contribute to that. I just had a quick look before we came out, and there's 797 holiday homes registered in the local region as holiday homes. There's 52 on Airbnb. I have personal friends that ran an Airbnb for 6 months one summer and made $17,000 just in that short period of time. So there's a lot of revenue going into sectors of the economy that aren't targeted on a commercial basis at all, and obviously we are footing the bill for the promotion that actually get those people here to the region. The NRDA, I think a couple of years ago before this was in place, we were a little bit nervous about how the merger between NTT and the EDA was going to go. We're seeing some good work coming out of that at the moment. I had put in here that we wanted to see how that co-funding or partnership model was going to be proposed, and pleased to say we went to the meeting with the group last week and have seen their proposal there, so that's looking like that can be implemented quite well. I think what we would like to see a little bit more of is some off-season events, and especially with the Trafalgar Centre up running again now, there's probably a bit of a feeling that a lot of the event activity might have been lost to Marlborough in the last couple of years while the Trafalgar Centre hasn't been available, so it would be good to see that back in Nelson. That was probably the main points that we wanted to make in person. So,
Thank you very much. Right, any questions today? I think it's a very clear submission. I wouldn't take a lack of questions. Don't be concerned about that. It's a very good submission. We thank you both for coming in to present today. Thank you.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Now, councillors, that concludes the morning session, and we'll be resuming again with our first submitter at 1:25. So I just ask if you could actually be here ready to go at 1:25, just so that we can try and keep on track for the afternoon, and we will break for lunch. Welcome back to this hearing for Nelson's annual plan. Councillors, we have got submitters who are here for the afternoon, and we're aiming to be finished at 4 o'clock. But as I indicated at the start of this meeting, there was a potential for a late item that needs to come to council to be addressed today, and it will be coming. So we'll be needing to just stay here a bit after 4 to deal with that late item. It needs to be addressed today. So once those papers are ready, I'll be in a position to talk to you about what that is. Councillor Laurie.
Just so you know, Madam Mayor, I'll have to step out for about 10 minutes at 3:30.
Much. Okay, I'll make a note of that. Anybody else? We're all good? Okay, in that case, we're ready to get started, and I'll invite the Nelson Tasman Cycle Trail Trust. Gillian Ratt is here to speak on behalf of the Trust. Welcome, Gillian. I invite you to the table. The Trust submission is on page 369. Gillian, we've read the submission, and over to you to highlight any key points, or if there's any additional information that you want to add that's arisen subsequent to the submission coming in. Now's the time. So talk when you, yep, the red light when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you everybody for the opportunity to present this afternoon. We've certainly, as we say in our submission, like to commend the Council on the investment on cycling infrastructure that you have and are continuing to make, both in mountain biking and in off-road trails. In particular, from the Trust perspective, it's been good to see the Council tapping into the central government funding to upgrade the Dun Mountain Trail in recent times, and to keep it up to the standard of the Great Rides. We don't have access to good counter information for the Dun Mountain Trail, but our counters on various parts of the Great Taste Trail over the last couple of years have recorded around 200,000 passes in each year, and a January survey showed a mix of local, New Zealanders from elsewhere, and foreigners on the trails. We had 62% local, that leaves 38% who are from outside of the region. That's both overseas and other parts of New Zealand. So just a brief background and reminder on the Nelson Tasman Cycle Trails Trust and the Great Rides, and I'm conscious that there are a lot of organisations that come and sit in front of you with cycling interests. So the Trust was established in 2009 in response to the central government Great Rides funding. So that has really been the focus for the Trust, is to bring in central government money, match that with council funds and other community funding and business support that we've been able to generate towards the Great Rides. So the two rides are the Dun Mountain and the Great Taste Trail. So we worked with councils to put together successful proposals for matching the council and community funding for those two rides. There is now ongoing money available from central government for the Great Ride maintenance projects, and an additional $6 million that was announced in the 2016 government budget for further development of the Great Rides. We worked with Nelson City and Tasman District Council staff earlier this year to put together a regional concept plan for the MB funding process, and that includes completion of the off-road trail down the Maitai for the Dun Mountain Trail, a cycle hub in the Maitai, a coastal route for the Great Taste Trail from the Nelson eyesite to the airport, and completion of the Great Taste Trail loop from Spooners Tunnel to Tapwera and then on to Motueka and Ruoka. There is also interest from New Zealand Transport Authority, NZTA, in linking routes between the Great Rides, and the Mangatapu from Pelorus to Nelson was also included in the concept plan. So in our submission, we've really made 8 key points, which I'd just like to emphasise. So we would like to urge you to prioritise the work on the cycle route between the airport and the eyesite, and if possible commence construction on that in the coming year. Besides having community and commuter benefit in linking Tahuna and the airport to the city, it is also the preferred Great Taste Trail route from the airport into Nelson. While we appreciate that the Rocks Road section is now an NZTA process, we encourage the Council to give priority to providing a better connection between the airport and Tahuna, and from Nelson to the northern end of Rocks Road. We see that this would really attract people coming into the airport with an interest in riding the Great Taste Trail to also be more drawn towards Nelson as well as part of that Great Taste Trail experience. We certainly commend you for your plans to replace the Saltwater Creek Bridge. We'd like you to give consideration to widening the section of what is now part of the Great Taste Trail on Whakatū Drive. The Trust cycle counters have recorded between 60,000 and 80,000 users on this section of trail each year over the past 3 years. And of those of you who've ridden that section of trail will, I'm sure, be aware, it has some challenges in terms of both width and surface. Nowadays, considering the range and number of users who are on it, we're seeing everything from roadies who ride along there at reasonable speed to families and older people who want to have a nice relaxed ride, and the width and surface really do need some attention. We commend you on your plans for developing the Maitai Bike Hub. The New Zealand Cycle Trail organisation has been doing audits around the country of the Great Rides, and one of the areas that they are identifying is the need for better facilities servicing the trails, and there is matched funding available for this sort of work. We also hope that you will put into your longer term vision the connection from Nelson to Pelorus and then through to Havelock and the Queen Charlotte track. The Mangatapu does need upgrading if it's to be used as a linking route, and as I said earlier, it was included in the regional concept plan. And we're also hearing there are Marlborough groups developing off-road, or in fact it's happening now, Marlborough groups are developing off-road trail around Queen Charlotte Drive, so to be able to connect into that and bring people through to Nelson on a better off-road trail would be great. We'd be keen to see better track counter information for the Dun Mountain Trail. Reliable use numbers do help significantly in terms of attracting central government funds into the trails. And we are keen to engage with and support the council-led activity to access external money, including the NZTA Urban Cycle Fund and the MB Great Ride funds. And we'd like to explore with you, and in fact have begun doing so with your staff, how we might optimise trail management for both the Great Rides in the Nelson Tasman region, and have proposed a Great Ride Trail manager role. Some of you may know Stuart Hughes, who was our project manager for construction of the Great Taste Trail to date. Stuart retired from that role late last year, so we are now looking at how we replace him. We see that council staff are stretched in terms of being able to give dedicated time to the Great Rides. So we're looking at and talking with both yourselves and Tasman District Council as to whether the Trust can replace Stuart with someone with a broader brief, which would cover both the Great Taste Trail and the Dun Mountain Trail, and also provide connections through into some of the other cycling developments and initiatives that are happening in the region. So those are the key points from our submission, and thank you again for the opportunity to present today.
Jill, thank you very much. There may be questions from Councillor. I've got Councillor Noonan, so Gail first.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Gillian. I've just made some notes here of the main points that you made, and what would help me a lot would be a plan, a map basically of exact areas that you're talking about regarding the widening and surfacing of the Whakatū Drive. I mean, which part that is, and where you think the connection between the eyesight and the northern part, I think you said part of Rocks Road, exactly where you think that might look. Just, I think that would help, certainly help me a lot.
Okay, I understood that there is work going on around the route between the eyesight and Rocks Road.
There could be, but I'd quite like, sorry, through the Mayor, is what you were thinking.
Well, I think for the purpose of the submission, that's an information that if, Gillian, if you've got a particular route in mind on a map's usually the easiest thing, we can receive that in
yeah, that would be really good. Thank you.
Councillor Barker, Ian, thank you.
Thank you. Gillian, when I've been riding my cycle in the area lower St Vincent Street and Anzac Park area, I have been approached by out-of-town visitors, cyclists, asking me, how do I get to the Great Taste Trail? Mm-hmm. And I've been very reticent and have been reluctant to tell them to go around Rocks Road, mm-hmm. because we have a very good cycleway up over the hill.
Great.
Can you guys get some paint on the road that says Great Taste Trail from somewhere in the city that takes you from Anzac Park up over the hill? Are you not happy about the Great Taste Trail being over that hill?
couple of answers to your question. At the moment, yes, that is the route, and it's fine.
Well, there's nothing there to tell you that it is.
Well, yes, there is actually. If you walk out of the eyesight, you will actually see on the pavement there are in fact stencils which point you to the Great Taste Trail. It takes you around along the river through the street by the supermarket there. I hope it's named for streets.
Where the Globe Hotel
and
was?
I mean, admittedly, around Anzac Park at Penn Challenge, our guys have actually been working with your council staff to try to get better signage. So it is a work in progress. It's always a challenge. You can never provide enough signage.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
But,
Thank you.
But I guess just to comment in terms of the route over the railway reserve, we believe in, and I think have agreement from NZCT, the Cycle Trail Organisation, that the route round the port would be would be a better way to come into Nelson. You're really showcasing Nelson's coast by bringing people in around through Tahuna and around the port.
I agree.
But at the moment, we don't.
Councillor Barker,
recommend
I need to continue on, so sorry, I'd love you to get into, you could have a long debate with Gillian, but that's not what we're here for. Councillor Skinner, very short.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Gillian. Just on the great ride of the first railway line on the Dun Mountain Trail, and you'd mentioned about the biggest issue is the maintenance and subject to slips and erosion. Is that something that's just become more recent? Is there something that we can be doing or should be doing to help that?
It's an ongoing issue. Some of it is the geological structure in that area, that it's just unstable and it washes away. Trail service washes away really quickly. There is funding available through this Maintaining the Great Rides Fund, and the council has accessed it to do one-off improvements in the trails that reduce or improve their sustainability, really, so that they're not as likely to get washed out. So that is an ongoing issue, and it will be an ongoing issue with the Dun Mountain Trail. And I guess that's part of why we're suggesting that what there would be benefit in having someone with a more dedicated focus on both the Great Rides and what is needed to do to keep them up to standard.
Gillian, there's a lot of councillors wanted to ask you questions. We're quite over time. If we can make them very quick questions. Councillor Delberg and Councillor McGurk.
Yeah, thank you. Your question about Pelorus and Nelson. I know there's funding coming from Marlborough to Pelorus. What's the usage? What sort of usage would that get if we started doing something from Pelorus to Nelson as a trail?
Sorry, Bill, I couldn't give you a number off the top of my head. I guess if you looked at the Queen Charlotte numbers, you might get an idea.
Thanks, Gillian's answered the question. Thank you. Councillor McGurk, but Brian.
Yeah, just a quick question. Thanks, Gillian. Very, very interesting. Well, it was a great submission. Just in terms of the Great Taste Trail and the annual plan, would it be better to spend our dollars on trying to get the route round Rocks Road or patch together a temporary route? Bearing in mind there's only the dollar goes so far.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've got a route through the railway reserve at the moment, which is fine. I mean, subject to you can always improve signage. I agree. Yep, and safe. I think there needs to be a decent route around the port.
So the question would be, you'd prefer to put the investment around Rocks Road?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Gillian, thank you very much for coming in. And I just want to thank you. Please pass back to the trustees and the organisation our thanks for the way that you work with council. I know for the staff of Nelson City Council and for those of us who are elected members, we really value the collaborative relationship that we have with the trust and the proactive way that we look for opportunities to grow cycle tourism and enjoyment for our region. So thank you.
Great. Thank you very much.
Now, the next submitter is Mr. Christopher St. Johansa, page 373 in the first instance, and then following on to page 389. The first one is personal and the second one is on behalf of the Brook Valley Community Group. Christopher, welcome to the meeting.
Kia ora, thank you.
Ready when you are.
Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Ki te whare e tū nei, tēnā koe. Ki ngā kawanatanga, tēnā koe. Ki te wai marama, ki te kaitiakitanga, tēnā kaurua, tēnā kaurua.
Tēnā koe.
Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
Tēnā koe.
Madam Mayor, it's my intention, with your permission, to talk straight through both.
That's absolutely fine.
Thank you. You are being handed a sheet of paper, which you might find easier to read over your brandy and water tonight by the fire. 10 good reasons for stopping the drop, which is integral as a concern to our submission and my passion, really, about the activities of the Waimarama Brook Sanctuary Trust in the Upper Brook Valley. I know that other people will be talking to you and have been talking to you on that matter, and it is not my intention to simply drub your ears with further repetition of those concerns. Rather, I want to draw your attention to a contextual concern and what I believe to be an opportunity that is in front of this council. It's come to my attention, as perhaps, I hope indeed it has come to yours, that a Supreme Court issued a ruling on the 1st of this month, just a few days ago, which was reported in Radio New Zealand, but I've seen no reference to it in the Nelson Mail, that the previous decisions of the High Court and of the Court of Appeal in respect of the case being taken by Wakatu Incorporated against the Crown in regard to what is regarded as the Nelson Tenths was overturned. Those decisions were overturned at the Supreme Court, so that the Crown is now obliged, under terms which will be decided at the High Court in due course, to return some 6,300 hectares of land to Wakatu Incorporated. Now, I don't know that my projection is going to be correct, but personally I would be surprised if the Crown at the High Court were not to argue that part of that obligation should be picked up by the Nelson City Council. I'm unaware of whether the Nelson City Council has been a party to these legal actions or taken much particular interest in them, but it seems to me to be highly likely, considering we're talking about 3,000 hectares of land, ownership being transferred, that the Nelson City Council is going to be involved. There may be some financial loss. The Crown has the option of engaging in what it describes as cost-sharing discussions, and you may hear about that from them before that much longer, I would think. Anyway, I say that's a contextual consideration because I think you should be taking notice of that possibility in adopting the annual plan and in your longer term plan. I don't know what the financial implications will be, but the possibility that they could be considerable is real and needs to be taken into account. And it is in that context that I affirm our position, my position, that it is quite inappropriate for this council to be contemplating expenditure of $250,000 into a project which is not its own. It's certainly not core business of the council, and the business of the Waimarama Brook Sanctuary Trust is able to be criticised from any number of different perspectives, and I do not intend to list or go through them now. What I'm trying to do here is to be as brief as I reasonably can in order to provide you with opportunity, which is scarce for you, I realise, to ask questions, so I'll keep it short. However, there is also the opportunity that I need to put to you. In my view, it is an option for this council as a territorial authority. As you will all be aware, the Resource Management Act has recently been amended, and this council's regional authority over resource consents for poison drops no longer exists. That has been taken over by central government. You might have some reservations about the removal, the further removal of local input into that kind of decision. I hope you do, because if you are to represent the people of Nelson, you must realise that our ability to input into that decision making has gone. However, there is beyond this cloud a silver lining perhaps, and that is that you no longer, in my view, and I stand of course in my projections here to be for everything I say really to be subjected to the professional views that are available to you, but it does seem to me that an opportunity exists for you to respond now as a territorial authority, as a district council, as a city council, and discuss this imposition on us in a way that you had not previously perhaps been able to do. And there is a route by which you can do that. It is an option, I put it to you, for this council to move and debate the following resolution. I hope you get these words down, please. That this council informs the Waimarama Brook Sanctuary Trust that it will pay no consideration to any request for funding until such time as that trust indicates that it will resile from its intention to aerially drop Brodificum in the area leased to the trust from the council. This will give you, should you move it, an opportunity for the first time in this contentious matter to debate the issue among yourselves. I think it's a responsibility, and an opportunity, and in the context of tightening economic times, I think it's a duty as well, and that's really all I have to say. I would just say before you ask, Councillor Laurie asks his inevitable question, that the best opportunity for finding out the kind of support that these views have would be for you, and you are certainly invited to attend a public meeting which will be held at the Masonic Hall in Nile Street on Sunday the 21st of this month at 3 p.m. You'll be most welcome. There will be a panel of distinguished speakers and I look forward to a lively discussion. Thank you.
Christopher, thank you. I'll see if there are any questions today. Any questions for Mr. Johansson? No, it's very clear. So thank you very much for your submission. We understand that completely. Lack of questions isn't a... Oh, Councillor Fulton's...
Just one quick question.
Thank you.
Christopher, what would you have the brook do instead of the poison drop? Now that we've got the fence there, so the fence is there, what would you have the brook do as an alternative to eradicate the pests in there?
Sometimes, like if you've got a bombed out ruin, you have to simply accept that that's what you have. We have a situation which should not have arisen, and if I could say in passing that the resource consent application for that fence didn't mention the word poison at all. I've recently reread it and there is no reference to such a thing, and it's surprising how many people say to me, I supported the sanctuary, I supported the fence, but I didn't know about the poison. Well, I guess the Sanctuary Trust anyway is committed to maintaining that fence, difficult as it will be. Your previous speaker was talking coincidentally about the geology of the area, and what she said in regard to that is of course true for the area that the fence is benched into, but I didn't want to get into that. What we should do is we should encourage them, and other speakers will be speaking to you about this during the course of the day and tomorrow, encourage the better use of traps. There are now species-specific traps available. Intensive trapping can bring those predator pest numbers down to a level at which the population of birds can thrive. And I think it's important to state that the most important variables for maintaining populations of birds is to ensure that they have habitat, first of all, and bear in mind that 10 hectares of habitat disappeared in the construction of this fence. And that if you really want them to survive, you feed them in the winter. That's when birds die. If you feed them, they tend to survive and breed again.
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming in, and no further questions.
Well, I wish
and
you
we'll
all well. Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher. Now, the next submitter on my list is Mr. Andrew Stoddart, and Andrew's indicated that he no longer wishes to speak. So we'll move from Andrew on to Cynthia McConville, and Cynthia is going to be joined by Sasha Kerslake, and I'll welcome Sasha and Cynthia to the meeting. Speaking on behalf of Nelson Dog Owners Group, page 360 of your agenda. Welcome, Cynthia, and welcome, Sasha.
Thank you, and I hope you'll enjoy the two fun video clips we're about to show you. A bit of lightness into the afternoon. It's just a quick one now of the opening of the dog park.
Turnout for the opening of a Timaru District Council dog park.
Well, I hope you all enjoyed that.
Thank you, Cynthia. That was great. Thank you, Sasha. It was and very good to see Mayor Damon down there doing the opening. I have to let him know I've had him on the big screen in our council chamber. Right.
And Sasha may wish to just say a few words to the submission.
I just believe that something that if we had this in Nelson, it would promote those people that don't normally exercise their dog as much as they should, to get them out of the house, socialise their dogs. You know, we want to try and minimise dog miscommunication, these dogs getting out, going to the pound, and minimising costs on dog owners. Something like this would be play to the dogs, but also the owners would also perceive it as play, but not realise that they're actually training their dogs. And, you know, that's what we need. We need all the dog owners in Nelson to have some sort of training of their dogs, whether or not it be on their property or off. You know, these troublesome dogs need something like this, and they need to be socialised, and they need the owners to pay attention to them. Thank you.
Questions? I've got a question from Councillor Barker. Ian.
Yes, very much so.
Councillor Laurie, Matt.
Thank you. A couple of questions through the chair. So we know that there are people who don't exercise their dogs and don't look after their dogs. Are those the sort of people, do you think, who are really going to go and take their dog on a special visit to a dog exercise area? Because it suggests to me they're not, if they're not actually looking after their dogs.
I think that if they're given a chance, why not? If we can educate them that there is somewhere for you to go.
So my follow-up question is, when I looked at that, I thought it looks nice, but we have the best dog park arguably in the world. It's called, or in New Zealand anyway, it's called the Back Beach. Yeah.
Where people let their dogs go and aimlessly walking down, not controlling their dogs whatsoever.
Well, that's...
Yeah, Matt, just for me...
People should control their dogs.
The dog park is about socialisation and training. It's a training environment. It's not a play environment. And I mean, I'm ever hopeful because I meet a lot of these people. I'm out with my dogs a lot, who ask me questions, you know, why are they well behaved, blah de blah. And I really do think that some of these people, and why not on your literature that you give out to new owners, you know, your dog, when they come to register their dogs, you should promote something like this as a training environment and a socialisation environment, because that's what stops bad dog behaviour.
Okay, thank you. Now, I had somebody over this time. Sorry, I've missed you on my list. Did I? Or no, we're all happy? Right, no further questions. I think that's really clear. Thank you very much for coming in, and thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you, and we'd love to have it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sasha. Now Mrs. Laird. We can't see Mrs. Laird today, so we'll move on to Mrs. Crowe. So if we go to Mrs. Crowe, Judy, welcome to the meeting. Page 397 of your agenda. Welcome back. Welcome, Cynthia. Welcome, Judy.
Thank you.
We've read your submission, so now's an opportunity for you to highlight any key points. If there's any additional information that you wish to make available to us, you can do that, and there may be some questions. Thank you.
Okay. I've come along with Judy today to express concerns that our members have in relation to the Health Water Fluoridation Amendment Bill that's currently before Parliament. There are many people in this community, both residents and ratepayers, who don't wish to receive a forced treatment through Council's water supply. My understanding is that Council will be required by law to consult with the public about water fluoridation as part of the annual and long-term planning process. And my question to Council is, due to the scale of the impact of water fluoridation on the community, would Council's significance and engagement policy be triggered? Because I fail to see how this bill can direct councils to fluoridate their water and bypass a consultation process by which council is legally bound. So if DHBs are given the power through this bill to direct council to fluoridate our water supply, why should ratepayers be burdened with any of the costs? If it is a health measure, then all related costs should be billed directly to the Nelson Marlborough District Health Board, and I would hope that our council's accountancy package is sophisticated enough to identify such a cost. Because there will be significant costs. Establishing water fluoridation infrastructure, the maintenance and replacement of this infrastructure, staff training, regular blood testing of workers exposed to fluoride chemicals, protective clothing, establishment of emergency procedures protocol for transport and handling of hazardous waste, the disposal of contaminated containers or packaging, separate off-ground storage for fluoride chemicals, staff time to manage this, including the drawing up of a health and safety management plan, consent costs, related water monitoring and testing costs. These costs must not be shouldered by ratepayers. The problems that Hamilton City Council experienced with fluoride chemicals in 2015 are well documented. Crystallisation and blockages in pipes and pumps, and a near 6-week shutdown and replacement of fluoride infrastructure proved very costly. Central government has no right to pass these charges on to ratepayers. Any costs council incurs must be part of Nelson Marlborough District Health Board's health budget. While the product itself is not expensive, fluoride chemicals are identified as hazardous waste under the Hazardous Substances Regulations 2001. Selling fluoride chemicals to council is a cost-effective way for industry to dispose of its toxic waste. Converting hazardous waste into a saleable product, as opposed to the cost of sending it to hazardous waste treatment facilities, is an attractive option for industry, and it forms the historic basis of its introduction to water supplies in 1940s USA. Ironically, by law, these hazardous waste products cannot be dumped directly into the environment, but through our water supplies they can enter our rivers, lakes, the ocean and the soil, due to the fact that that is where most of our water, the 400 litres per day allocated per household, is discharged. Not a particularly cost-effective way of getting fluoride to our teeth, which is best done topically. So I'll hand over to Judy now.
Thank you. I am speaking in support of this submission as a resident, ratepayer and co-convener of Educate Don't Fluoridate. I am not speaking as an elected member of the Nelson Marlborough District Health Board. Promoters of fluoride rely on dilution in the water supply to bring all the contaminants and fluoride chemicals that include mercury, arsenic and lead below regulatory levels. Council must identify specific impurity limits by batch testing all fluoride product to ensure that any material supplied for water treatment is safe for human consumption. This includes testing for any fluoride content in our water supply that might be naturally occurring prior to any plan to introduce it. Government Cabinet papers state, and I quote, "Practical measures to be considered when fluoridation is being extended include providing access to a source of unfluoridated water." Providing access to a source of unfluoridated water in the form of fluoride-free taps located throughout Nelson is unacceptable. This is a solution one would expect to find in a third world country. We therefore request that Council provide funding in this annual plan to investigate an opt-out option for residents in the form of a whole-of-house filter. Fluoride-free taps are exclusive. They do not cater for people who are unable to leave their homes and people who are not physically able to lift and carry heavy water containers. I have had communication with a woman in her mid to late 70s who has lived in Hastings all her life and originally drank fluoridated water since it was introduced in 1954 when she was a child. 10 years ago, she sought a solution to chronic pain, skin rashes and problems with sleeping. Eventually, she was diagnosed with high fluoride levels. On the advice of the Canterbury DHB Laboratory Services, she was advised to immediately stop drinking fluoridated water, to stop drinking black tea, a high source of fluoride, not to soak in baths, and to restrict her showers to 2 minutes because fluoride can be absorbed through the skin. With time, her symptoms disappeared and her blood fluoride levels returned to a normal range. Recently, she was diagnosed with a shoulder injury requiring an operation caused by lifting heavy containers of water while collecting non-fluoridated water from a tap in Hastings. Delivery of fluoride-free water must be to our homes. We do not believe this is an unreasonable request. Thank you for your time and attention today.
Thank you, Judy and Cynthia. We've got time for a few questions. I've got the Deputy Mayor Paul who's first.
I don't want to get into the debate about fluoride, but can I just ask you a question? You're probably more familiar with this than most, Cynthia. Water filters, old filters in homes, are the worst suggestion you could make. When we investigated the water treatment plant, I can tell you from a fact we looked at that as a household, every household had a water filter, and they were a failure because people don't change them. They don't remember they're there. They don't bother.
Okay,
The question is, you would have been around when we had that debate.
Yes, I would.
Yep.
And I want to say water filters have advanced hugely since that time, and it does require a very expensive reverse osmosis filter costing around $5,000 to remove fluoride from water. I would say that anybody who installed one would maintain it because they would not want fluoride in their water.
Thank you. Councillor Noonan-Gale.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Cynthia and mental block. Judy. Cynthia, you read out quite an extensive list of potential costs on council. Would you make that available to us, if not your whole presentation, but particularly the list of potential costs?
Certainly.
Thank you.
Councillor Fulton-Kate.
Thanks for your submission. When I had a look on what other cities in New Zealand fluoridate their water, there's quite a list: Ashburton, Auckland, Dunedin, Gisborne, Hamilton. So there's quite a big list of cities which already fluoridate their water. So I just wanted to clarify, do they provide a tap where people can source unfluoridated water? And is that what your concern is? Is that how Auckland provides unfluoridated water?
Well, I think because fluoridation has been going on in New Zealand since 1954, what happened then is quite different now. So an area that's never been fluoridated needs to look at things in a totally different light, not just because the practice has been to provide a tap. In this day and age, I don't believe it is acceptable. But that's
so
what
there
they're
are
doing.
two cities, there's Hamilton City Council and is it Napier or Hastings? Which one's got it and which one hasn't?
Napier is non-fluoridated water.
Napier.
Thank you.
Sorry.
And a subsequent
Hastings.
subsequent question through the chair. So how do those councils which have been fluoridating their water all these years, do the councils fund that fluoridation? They do. So that is a current cost to ratepayers by a great number of cities in the country already.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, thank you. No further questions. Thank you very much for coming in to submit today and being here to answer questions. Now, I still haven't seen, oh no, maybe she is here. Oh no, and Mrs. Laird's not, I don't believe Mrs. Laird is here at this stage, so we'll keep on going and we'll invite Jane Fisher to come forward. Welcome, Jane. Jane's submission is on page 489 and 499. Welcome, Jane, to the meeting. We've had a chance to read your submission, so opportunity just to highlight key points, or if there's some additional information that you want to make us aware of now, you can do that now. There may be some questions.
Additional information. It's about, I'm keeping it simple, it's just about the bus tickets. I catch the bus to work. Firstly, I started because I want to reduce my carbon footprint. I want to give an example to my kids, show them I'm doing something, because we all know what's happening to the planet. And I really love catching the bus, and I think in the broader community people would benefit from that as well, the things that I benefit from, the exercise, walking to and from the bus stop, catching up on my emails on the bus, reading a book, having a bit of time to myself, that lovely feeling of being taken somewhere that we don't get very often. So there's a lot of benefits, but it's really hard to get a bus ticket. So you can buy a very expensive bus ticket when you climb on, but if you want to get a concession ticket, you can only get it from the library, the council or the bus depot. Or if you want to get the real value one, which is really only worth your while getting it, it's the 30 trip one. You can only buy them at the Bridge Street bus depot. I found to my frustration a number of times they shut at 5:15, but that actually means 5:10. So I can catch the bus for 3 weeks in a row, then I have to get back in my car for maybe a couple of weeks till I get the chance to buy another bus ticket. And I just think we need to be making it easy for people to purchase bus tickets, particularly when in Wellington. I just caught the bus from the airport into town last weekend, and everyone's getting on the bus flashing their phone at this little scanner thing. And so I just want to focus on one thing. I'm working single mother. It's going to be bus tickets.
Thank you, Jane. I think we're going to have some good news coming for you. Yes, I think you think we're looking good. But I never want to get ahead of myself on these things. There's a little bit of work that has to happen with other agencies. Any questions for Jane? Oh, that's very clear and a very sensible submission. So thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for taking the time to come in to write. So now we're going to go on to Dr. David Smythe. Is David with us today? No, he's not. I can't see David there. We will go on to Caleb McCulloch. Is Caleb here? Not yet. All right. Let's just go down this list a little bit. And Lou's not here yet, because I know Lou. Mary Heafy? Not yet. Steve's not on my list. Oh, sorry, Steve, you were in bright blue and I missed you. That was not deliberate, I promise you. It's terrible. It's just I can't see the black and the blue together. Steve, you're next up. Would you like to come up, and if that suits you? And you're presenting on behalf of the Nelson Residents Association, Steve. We've got the submission here, and we've read that, so this is a chance to highlight, and you've got a presentation, I believe.
Yep.
Shelley will just get that up. Thank you.
Right, good afternoon, everyone. What's happening? It doesn't seem to be moving forward.
Oh, we've had a bit of trouble with that thing. Councillor Rutledge is really good at, if you give it to him, he'll look after it for you if you like. See how we go.
Oh, does it need to be turned on?
Yeah, still someone doesn't work in that seat.
Oh, okay.
How's that?
So,
Great.
the Residents Association did put in a written submission, but I'm just covering some of the key issues out of that submission. And the main items I'm going to cover are staffing cost, debt, slush funds and the marina. So one of the big concerns we have is about how staffing costs have blown out. So actual staffing costs for 2015-16 were 16.2 million. The budget for next year is 19.7 million. That's a $3.5 million increase over 2 years, and that's a 21.3% increase. Just so people can see the trend. So this is out of the last year's annual report. So there's the number there circled, the 16.249, and oops, and actually you can see previous years here, 15.7, 15.5, 16.2. I don't know what it's tracking for this year, but you can see that there's a definite step change that happens, and that hasn't been explained in any way. So here's the annual plan here, what the figure is for this year. So it's not, there's no commentary about that, and you know, you guys shouldn't have to be forensic accountants to you know, come up with these sort of things. It's not, there's a little bit of a problem with the way the plan's presented, which is a variation to something which was 2 years ago, but it's also the budget for the year, and it's very hard to make comparisons year on year when there's no budget comparisons. Anyway, there is a step change in staff costs, and I guess the convention is that when there's the possibility of a transition to a new CEO, which we're facing at the moment, it's not normal to make major staff changes. So yeah, we'd like that to be looked at again and see whether that's appropriate or not, and have a better understanding of why that increase has happened. The council continues to be unable to balance its budget. So this is the 8th year in a row that the council's relying on debt to balance the books, and there's no end in sight to that trend. So debt's increased from 36.7 in 2008 to 120 million projected in 2018. Now I keep on hearing that people saying, oh, this is good debt because it's being used for infrastructure. That's a very self-serving statement, I think. The debt is actually, it's not being used for infrastructure, it's being used to balance the books, and that covers all spending by council. So every single spending decision you make affects a debt level. And I'm not opposed to the amount of infrastructure spending that's happened, but a good deal of that is funded from depreciation and development levies. And so you're kidding yourself when you say, oops, you're kidding yourself when you say that this is for infrastructure. It's to balance the books. And so we think that you're avoiding taking the hard decisions, and instead you're imposing burdens on future generations. So there is ample scope for cutting costs and implementing efficiencies and increasing user charges, but all those things are unpopular. And I'll go through some examples here. Marina charges are ridiculous. They've only increased by 1% since 2011. Council's not well placed to argue for higher charges because it doesn't even have a reliable set of accounts for the marina. We think there's huge inefficiency in the economic development area. There's multiple agencies doing the same thing. So we have the NRDA, Innovate Nelson, Uniquely Nelson, Nelson Tasman Business Trust, all have CEOs, office premises staff, and you know, basically falling over each other, I think. I'm still appalled about the crematorium decision that was made. Just unbelievable that we're still subsidising that when it's competing against the private sector. 72% of the cremations are for pets, and a lot of the non-pet cremations for out-of-towners. So, you know, that should have been a no-brainer decision to exit that business and stop pouring ratepayer money into it. We just, you know, go through it. Vehicle fleet's extravagant. Every time I go past New Street car park, there's at least 14 vehicles in there that are parked there constantly. So that's 14 vehicles far too many as far as I'm concerned. And they're oversized as well. I mean, the 2.5-star energy rated 3-litre diesel quad cab utes to cart a clipboard around.
I mean, even now, 6 communication staff. The org chart shows 4 employees at Brook Motor Camp at a time when it was closed to campers. Some of the end bus routes are still being massively subsidised, and passengers on some of those routes are a bit like the South Island Cockahoo, rumoured to exist but never seen. There's the org chart for Brook Valley. You can see the people. I just want to quote from Cameron Bagri about debt. He's the ANZ economist. He said, when you borrow, you basically borrow from the future, but there is a limit to how long you can play that card, because the more you borrow from the future, the less there is for the future. And I think, you know, there is a real issue here about what you're doing for future generations, and are you making enough effort to balance the budget? Are you making enough effort to cut out waste, stuff that's inefficient? And so I'm very hot about this. I think it's a toxic legacy that's being left for the young people. One of the things that we're also concerned about is some of the budgets throughout the plan, which I've called slush funds. You might take objection to that, but there's an astounding $1.94 million budgeted under Parks and Active Recreation for projects under 100,000. So that's 20 projects at least under $100,000. And I have no idea what they cover. Are they nice to haves or are they essentials? How does that compare against other potential uses for that money? There's never any reporting or accountability on any of that. We just don't know what that's for, and it's gone on for a number of years. So that's in that zone there. Similarly, there's 792,000 budgeted for social projects, 725,000 for corporate projects under 100,000. Now, this isn't for books, and it's not for computers, and they're all separately identified. This is just a general, catch-all. So in total this year, there's 3.5 million budgeted for unspecified projects under 100,000. That's not even looking at what stormwater and water. That's just on those 3 areas. In the last 3 years, the total spend on those 3 things on minor projects was $8.5 million. And it's about time to say, what do we get for that? I don't know what I got for it. There's never any reporting. So we'd like to see some more detail on some of that. Finally, I'm going to talk just about the marina, and I think the marina's a mess. It's a textbook example of why councils should own assets like this. The fees have only increased 1% since 2011, maybe longer. I only find records back that far. What's bizarre is the users are unhappy. They feel they're being ripped off, even though they're paying some of the cheapest marina fees in the country. They think that their facilities are basic. I can say the ratepayers are definitely being ripped off. We've sunk many millions of dollars into that facility and continue to do so. That 1.66 million that we put in last year again. So it's a bit of a black hole. What's disturbing is that we don't have a meaningful set of accounts for the marina because the assets have never been revalued. And you might remember 3 years ago I came and banged the table here about Nelson Airport, who hadn't revalued their assets for 17 years, but were claiming that they were making well above industry returns at the time. Just to give an example now, 3 years ago Nelson Airport was reporting assets of 9.6 million. Following revaluation, they're now reporting assets of 55 million. So when you report a return on an asset base that's so distorted, clearly you come up with a really distorted result. And I think the same thing's happening with the marina. Your accounts just don't have any meaning. They're completely irrelevant now because it's never been revalued. And so the first thing that needs to happen is a proper revaluation done on a depreciated replacement cost basis, just like you do with everything else, so that we do actually understand what the investment in the marina is. And I know you've got a marina users group, but there's not much point in trying to develop future strategy until you actually get your commercial framework right. And that's about getting a proper set of accounts so you know what the assets are and actually starting to understand what you've got to, what the commercial framework for this going forward has got to be. And that's exactly what TDC did not so long ago with Port Tarakoe, and you might remember that, but Port Tarakoe was a black hole for ratepayer money, and TDC went through an exercise of coming up with a depreciated replacement cost and a commercial framework, and obviously it wasn't without pain because some of the users didn't like what the result was, but they did take it to the Commerce Commission. The Commerce Commission found that the charges that TDC had come up with were fair and reasonable, and that's all died down now. The users are paying a fair charge. There's a good basis for ongoing investment there, you know, and I think that's what needs to happen here, is that you have to have a solid commercial basis on what before you go pouring more money into it. And the thing that probably annoys me most about this is that a lot of those people using that facility are rich, out-of-town mega yacht owners, and I really object to subsidising them. So our last point is the Brook Waimara Sanctuary, and we have a lot of members that are very disturbed about the planned poison drop, and I think that and the ongoing funding. So this sanctuary, I suppose they say the two biggest lies in the world are the check is in the mail and I love you, but the other one is this time it's different. And we were told with the sanctuary that it was going to be different from every other sanctuary in the country. Well, it's not. It's just heading down the same worn old path. And it is, at some point in time, the council does need to make a decision as to whether it's better to cut bait and run on this. But regardless of that, we are concerned about the proposed poison drop, and we think there are more humane alternatives, and the good example is the good nature self-loading traps that have now proven their ability to eliminate pests. And a good example is Native Island off Stewart Island, where they have had complete elimination using these more humane traps, and we think that's a far better solution than aerial dumping of poison. So we'd like to see that $250,000 that's tied, it's going to be given to the sanctuary to be tied to their use of a more humane system for eliminating pests. That's all, thank you.
Thank you, Steve. See if there's any questions from the council. Any questions for Steve today? It was very clear. We've read the submission. It's a very good presentation. Appreciate the work that you've put into that. Don't think a lack of questions is a lack of interest at all. It's very thorough. I would probably, Stephen, in this as a comment more than a question, I'm actually would be interested in you perhaps engaging with the Marina Advisory Group just around that commercial imperative. Thank you. So we might see if we could set that up. Thank you. Thank you. Oh.
This presentation will stay with us, will it?
Yes, I'm sure it will.
Copy of that?
Yes, we'll be able to get a copy of that. Thank you very much, Steve. Thank you. Now, let me just go back across my list and see who we've got here. So, Lou Metcalf is here. And I'll just see if we've got anyone else who was earlier in the list. Mrs. Laird isn't here yet, but she is going to come in. And David's not here either. Is Caleb here? No. Lou, it's you. You're on. Your turn. Thank you for coming in, and we've got your submission. We've had a read of that. Opportunity, it's page 527, just for councillors. Opportunity for you to highlight any key points, add any additional information that you'd like us to be aware of. Welcome. And just when you're ready, just press that talk button.
Okay, thank you very much. My submission is relatively simple, and it's outlined in the very first sentences, and that is that I'd like council to increase the UAGC over the next 5 years from the current 20.2% to at least 25%. That would be still within the 30% cap that you're allowed to under the legislation. This can be achieved by applying a flat rate or fixed charge for activities that meet the criteria stated in the annual plan. There are many activities that meet these criteria, and council has the ability to choose specific activities, whether they be a library or swimming pools or etc. So there's a large range to choose from. and fund those activities with the UAGC or a fixed charge. You're already doing that with other activities at the moment, and it's a perfectly usable tool within the legislation. Why am I seeking this increase in the UAGC? Well, on a personal basis, I'm currently paying over $5,000 a year in rates, inclusive of water. And for me, I can see in the not too distant future, when I get to 65, that I won't be able to afford the rates that are going to occur on my property. If a 20% increase, so just looking at the table that I've provided in my submission, you can see that the average increase per 5 years since I've owned the house in 1996 has been 33% every 5 years, or 6.7% every year. So if there was a 20% increase over the next 5 years, the rates for my property would be over $6,000. And if there was a 40% increase over the next 10 years, and that would put me well into over the 65 bracket, it would be over $7,000. So I suppose the basis of my submission today is that I'm concerned that as a ratepayer, the rates for my property are going to become so high that on a fixed income, I'm not going to be able to afford them. And I think there are tools within the legislation and within the limits of the legislation where some of those highs and lows can be taken out. I also note that the council hasn't actually adjusted the UAGC for the last 6 or 7 years, and I think it's important that you review the UAGC regularly, and I think the time has come for you to have another look at that. I think that pretty much sums it up. I don't want to go on, my submission's there. My reasons are fairly clear. I'm thinking long term. I understand that you have that land value and capital value both create inequities for people at either end of the spectrum, and it's not an easy task. But I think the UAGC does provide some opportunities for you to flatten out some of those highs and lows. Thank you.
Lou, thank you very much for a thorough submission. We've got questions. Councillor Laurie, Matt.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Lou. And I hear, not that my house's rates are anywhere near what yours are, but I'm going to be 65 one day too. You told us how much your rates have increased. I'm thinking about the other ratepayers in the public who might be listening to this, and the question they would, I think, ask you is, well, that's how much your rates have gone up. How much has your house gone up? Because there's a relationship, isn't there?
There is, but you can't pay your rates based on how much your house is worth. You know, you've got to have the cash to do that. And yes, one day I will obviously sell the house, or someone will sell it for me. But yes, there is a capital gain, and we don't have a capital gains tax in New Zealand. And rates, I suppose, is by default a sort of capital gains tax, is how I sort of think of it in broad terms. But on a day-to-day basis, I'm paying $100 a week at the moment, and my concern is that when I get to living on the pension, it doesn't matter how much my house is worth, I've got to have the cash to pay the rates.
Yep. Follow-up question very quickly through the chair. Another idea might be to partially fund council through GST, and this is an idea that's sort of being discussed at the moment in local government circles. Have you got any thoughts on that?
Yeah, well, it's a bit like in America. I know some states have a federal tax and a state tax, and I think that there I think the rating system based on capital and land value does need revisiting because either way you're caught, and there's huge inequities. You know, if the council was of the mind to say, oh, let's join TDC and go to capital value, you'll probably find the same inequities would occur, and some people would lose and some people win, and all that kind of thing. I'm certainly interested in the GST idea. I think that helps. The councils are being asked to do a lot of services that the government previously has done, and therefore it's a service or a regulatory role that councils are being asked to undertake on behalf of the whole of the country, and that should be more evenly, that burden should be more evenly paid for, and GST provides some opportunity for that to be spread around. So some places like some provinces or regions may have higher needs than others, and that would be a way of sharing that burden around. But my other suggestion is that maybe the UAGC should be 50% instead of 30% cap.
Thanks, Lou. Councillor Barker, Ian.
Yes, thanks, Lou, very much. I appreciate and understand where you're coming from and the effects it's going to have on you. We have got a very difficult task because an increase in the UAGC hits the people in the low-value properties much, much harder. And we've had a whole group of them in here this morning wanting us to increase wages to what they call a living wage.
Yes.
Somehow, to balance the books with all that, it's going to be so difficult. Do you appreciate how that UAGC will hit the lower valued properties really hard?
And I'm coming from the perspective too that when I change from a salary earner to a superannuitant, I'm suddenly going to be on the low income bracket. So I'm aware of that balancing act that has to be made. I feel as though the circumstances and the ability to pay changes suddenly when you get to 65. So,
absolutely.
Yeah.
Lou, I don't think there's any further questions. Like, Councillor Fulton, just every time I get to that statement seems to decide she's got a question.
For the when I put my hand up quite a lot.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor.
That's all right.
We're all looking up here, but for some reason we all keep missing you. Councillor Fulton, Kate.
Do you think that with this, I think one of the issues we have is we have increased land value prices, and that the cost of living is very much tied to the cost of housing, and that's going up rapidly, whereas low income wages are not. Do you think that people over 65 into the future might have to look at reverse mortgages as a way of addressing that, because they have equity tied up in their land?
Yeah, it's certainly releasing some of that capital out of high value properties, you know, like yes, I understand that, but I suppose my submission today is asking the council to see what tools that they have in their toolbox, and I focused on UAGC and seeing if that is a suitable mechanism that can spread that burden a little bit easier without having major adjustments to either the high or the low value properties, because that's what we have to focus on. And the other ways of getting out of that situation is actually selling off the hill where we are and buying a property that is of a lower value. And you know, if that's the rating game is in Nelson is based on land value, so go and find a property that's got a lower value and, you know, save a lot of money.
Thank you. Lou, thank you for coming in, and I can see that you had a fairly major revaluation of land. I'm just having a look at the moment back in 2006 and 7, so you had a huge jump at that point. Obviously this is an issue in terms of our land value rating just on land value. Does have a significant impact for you and your location, and we can see that. What I would say to you is that as part of the annual plan, we tend not to, the exceptions, you know, this is the exception year in the long-term plan. This tends not to be the year we would make a major change in the rating policy. But as part of the long-term plan, we are initiating now the process to look at a review of the rating system, to look at equity issues, and also we believe that the rates take may be too high across value. So we'll see how we get on with that. But as Councillor Barkler has said, it is an incredibly complex issue, but you've highlighted, I think, for us today, a matter that we need to be extremely mindful of as we move through to a population that, well, where a greater proportion of people may well be on fixed income. I was actually doing the sums last night in relation to being 65 and deciding to keep your health insurance and paying your rates, and there wasn't too much left over from your superannuation by the time you dealt with those two things alone.
That's right. Yes, so I appreciate the. I'm asking for consideration. It's a long-term thing, and when you get around to doing that review, that'd be great.
Oh, we're getting around to it. Thanks, Lou. Thank you very much for coming in. Now, I'm just going to ask councillors if we, very kindly, Mary Heafy has come in a little bit earlier, so rather than make her wait, we'll see Mary before we have an afternoon tea break. Mary, welcome. Yes, you're welcome to join the table. Thank you very much for, and I hope we haven't made you in too much of a rush to get here. We've received your submission, and we've had an opportunity to read that. So this is an opportunity for you to highlight any key points or add to those points in your submission. So when you're ready, if you just press the talk button in front of you, the red light will come on. Another press. That's it, and you're all set to go. So whenever you're ready, welcome.
Thank you. Well, I'm just very concerned about the noise. We moved in August. We have had the property for about 4 years. When we bought the property, the noise wasn't anything like it is now. And looking at the seal, it is very big chip seal. The road, we have the noise constantly. You can't eat outside ever. You can't sit outside. And I think to buy a place on the hill, you expect to be able to sit outside and enjoy the lovely sun and the view. And it's impossible. It's not just the chip seal, it's the speed of the traffic going by, and we can't have our windows open. We have double sealed the double glazed our property. We've put a block fence in front of it, and we've put a hedge inside, which hasn't grown up as yet. But we can't have our windows open at all in the evening. So in the bedroom it's pretty hopeless. The cars drive late at night with huge noise. And I think we're also getting boy racers coming through. The mornings we have in our garden outside the property, we have Saturday night, Sunday morning we have the vomit all over the plants. We've cleared the garden out twice. The first time we had a vacuum cleaner, 4 tyres, rubbish like you can't believe, and we're still getting that with the guys just racing through late at night. So our problem is the noise for a lovely property which we've done up and doing up, but we can't use the front part of it at all. We're sort of having to creep round the back.
Mary, thank you. I think you've given a very clear description of the issues that you're facing, and I'll see if there are any questions from councillors. There may not be, but that's not an indication of a lack of interest. It's just that we are, you've been very clear. Councillor Fulton and Kate, and then followed by Councillor Laurie.
Thanks for your submission, Mary. It did used to be asphalt, didn't it, Moana?
No, I don't think so.
Has it always been chip?
Well, I don't know. It's asphalt further down in Bisley, and it's asphalt as you come round the roundabout, which is the usual thing, but not where we are at all. And the noise is coming from above us, because our fence has certainly made a difference. I mean, you can still hear things, but the fence has made a difference, and it's the noise above us. As they come off the roundabout, they speed, or it's the chip seal there.
Okay. Councillor Laurie, Matt.
Thank you, Mary. Thank you for the presentation. Do you think it's particularly a problem where you live, or do your neighbours have the same concerns?
Neighbours further down do. Quite a few people are back further, they're okay, but anyway, actually anyone above us it does as well, because their houses are close to the road. But further down, on the upside, they're back a wee bit further. But I've questioned quite a few neighbours that I know, and I haven't. My husband didn't think it was quite the thing to go and ask everybody, which I was going to go and do. So yeah, I should. Okay, right. I haven't. But I do know people are fed up with it, yes.
Councillor McGurk, Brian.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Thanks, Mary. You just mentioned a moment ago the noise comes from above you. Are you between Moana Ave and Princess Drive?
Yes, we're at Moana Ave where the roundabout is.
Yeah.
And we're coming down 3 houses down from that. As you're coming down, leading down onto Bisley.
Oh, by Moncrief Ave?
Yes, opposite Moncrief Ave, almost opposite there.
And you've got Princess Drive as
Behind.
You back onto Princess Drive at all?
But, yes, we do, but we don't hear the noise up there, funnily enough.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I think that's all of the questions. Thank you very much for coming in to submit. We'll be deliberating on the submissions not next week but the following week, and then we'll certainly seek some officer advice on this matter, and then we'll discuss how we're going to respond to your submission.
I was just thinking as well, is there any hope of, I was just thinking another thing about to slow the traffic down, those sort of, I don't know the name of them, when you have what do you call it, chicane going somewhere like that to stop it.
We are aware that we have an issue at the moment. We have had one for some time. It is particularly, it has increased quite significantly over the last few years in terms of the car volumes that are coming down your road. Yeah. We've got some issues with delays on our arterial network, and what we're finding now is that we're having a much larger number of cars who are now what we call rat running down your road. And I'm looking here at the Deputy Mayor, who has responsibility for both the Works and Infrastructure Committee and the Regional Transport Committee, and he's going to need to turn his mind to what he's going to do next.
I've already done it.
Thank you.
It's quite good having an iPad here, because you can just send a request to the officer who's sitting over there.
Brilliant.
So it's in the system.
Thank you. Thank you, Mary, very much for coming in, and thank you for accommodating the change of time.
No, that's fine.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, I think what we'll do now is we'll take an afternoon tea break. Let's take a break till sort of maybe 5. Do you want 15 minutes to give yourself time for a good stretch? 3:05. And then we've still got left to go. I've had a few people that haven't shown up. If they all suddenly decide to turn up, we're going to have to be fairly prompt, because I want to be finished really by 4 o'clock this matter, so that we can address the late item. Thank you. was wanting, who was planning on speaking, has asked to speak that's arrived? No, we haven't. All right. So what we'll do is we'll resume the meeting, and what I'm going to suggest we do, Chief Executive and I discussed whether we would, we've got an item that's supposed to come up tomorrow that we resolved at a previous meeting would be addressed in public, excluded tomorrow, but I don't particularly want to go through the whole revocation process around that and then bringing it forward from tomorrow, because it's a little bit of muddling around with revocation. So what we'll do is, if we do a bit of a round now, just for the officers, in terms of, and I know Councillor Fulton's got some questions for officers, and so what we'll do is just thinking about the submissions that you've already heard this morning. If you're starting to think about material that you'd like the officers to bring forward for deliberations, then now's the time we can start capturing it. Because you know I normally do this at the end, but we'll do it today now. So, who would like to start? I know Councillor Barker, thank you.
Yeah, can someone give me some background, some detail on Mr. St. Johannes's comments about the tents and the Wakatu Incorporation and the risk to the council?
Yes, I understand that. So as a result of the decision as to what
the Supreme Court decision,
what's happening in that regard. That's a very good question. Thank you. Councillor Fulton.
Yes, I just had some questions around why Bisley Ave has been asphalted and Moana Ave has chip seal, because when we've had discussions about this in the past, and I've raised it with Councillor Matheson, we've been told that asphalt's far more expensive, so you have to have a certain amount of traffic volume on the roads in order for them to meet the criteria, and I would have thought that Moana and Bisley had the same amount of traffic, so why is one asphalt?
Right, so we want some understanding of the differences and why the seal approach has been taken.
Yes, and then I had a question going back to Gillian Ratt's Nelson Tasman Cycle Trust Trail with the Whakatu Drive, whether that's an NZTA issue which we can raise, and I've raised that with Councillor Matheson as well, that there's an area there which seems very exposed to the state highway, and could it possibly
both are under.
Could it possibly be?
Already passed it on.
All right, I just say if we can capture them all now, that's really helpful, because then because they're all going into a deliberations report.
And shall I go through the others?
Yes, please. That would be great.
Jane Fisher has submitted before on the bus tickets, and if we could get some feedback on where that's at, because I did think we'd progressed that slightly already. I presume we're going to get some feedback on Seymour Ave, the race crossing at Scotland Street. I think that's... Oh, and then the Tahuna Community Centre in terms of bringing she had 4 points of refurbishment for the centre itself.
Right. Some advice on those matters. All right, thank you. And perhaps if I could just chip in there, Nikki, I'd like some understanding of the fire issues and public use issues as well. Councillor Courtney. Mel, what was yours?
I was wondering whether we need to develop as soon as possible, some how we're going to assist the NMIT with their projects, which seem incredibly large. The linkage through from their campus through to Collingwood Street. If we could see that was sort of expedited fairly promptly, and I've written down here that they're looking at demolishing buildings and alternative uses for buildings I've got here, and I'm just wondering whether we can sort of make sure that we're ready to go on that when they want to.
Thank you.
And also, what about 20,000 for the Nelson Highland Pipe Band? Yes, I think we should slot that in somewhere.
Well, what I'll do is at this stage it's questions for officers, so I'll try not to get into members expressing their views on...
Well, it's not my view, it's just whether we can. Good
call there, Mel. Right, thank you. And we can come back for some more rounds, but now I'll just go around in order. Councillor McGurk. Brian, have you got anything at this stage?
Yeah, there's a couple that come up in verbal submissions, but I'm not, and some in the written ones, but I'm not sure that we've had them.
Yes, okay, that's fine. It was just the ones we've had this morning so far.
Okay.
But if...
Well, I'll trying to summarise because I've had some notes here. One is there's quite a few submissions from the Mountain Bike Club having a dig at the council about delays, and it might be useful to just have a summary of the process that's gone on and the reason for why some of the work hasn't happened.
Okay.
There's quite a few submissions too around road safety issues at Atafai, at the bottom of Rainbow Creek. I think I count about 7 or 8 that have come up. So it might be useful just to have a summary of works that are planned or for that. In terms of Steve Cross and a couple of others about the Marina Users Group, just where we are with the Marina strategy and anything planned. A summary of any funding that was provided to the Highland Pipe Band in previous years and what that quantum has been. Where we're at with the heritage strategy and the heritage rise, I know we're moving into. The football, Nelson Bay's football talked about some pitch issues at Saxon Field, perhaps just have an understanding of what's going on there and whether that can be fixed. I've had quite a few submissions on the men's shed about why we can't provide them with accommodation. Might be just a brief update of why we can or can't, or where we've offered for various reasons it's fallen through.
Okay.
Works strategy. Oh, just on the living wage, I know that previously in Mayor's and Chair's meeting about, I think Chief Executive's getting some feedback from the Wellington experience. That would be very, very helpful.
Be of a different way.
And I think that's me for the time being.
Thank you very much. Councillor Laurie, Met.
Thank you. Based on what we've heard today in the verbal submissions, the issue of safety in Seymour Ave and the idea of a raised crossing strikes me as a pretty good idea given the number of kids there, and if we can get more kids walking to school there, there'll be fewer SUVs going everywhere, and that would be a good thing.
So we'll try not to get into the debate at the moment. It's just
sure.
just what
so
you need from the
I'd like
answers.
to know if
Thank
there were
you.
any thoughts about that, if there are any plans for something like that. Strikes me as a very good idea. On a similar note, Kate Malcolm raised Gloucester Street, which is already wide enough to be a shared path. It just seems to me it would be a line of paint and you'd be away. I'd like to know if there's any thoughts about that with staff. Likewise, her idea of a shared path going up, extending the Vanguard Street path all the way to the Broads, because people do sort of lots of young people get up to the top of the shared pathway and then they go across the road and they can't get up the Broads very easily. And I'm also interested in poster towers in Tahuna. I'd like to know what's happening there. I'm curious about the Heritage Advisor role. Do we have a commitment to that continuing? Can we answer that question now? No?
Oh, we're just getting them all
Yep,
together.
good. I want to know what the story is with that. And that'll do me for now. Thanks.
All right, Stuart.
No, thank you. All of mine have been covered
Lovely.
by others, thanks.
Thank you. Matt, I'll just get you to turn your microphone off if you wouldn't mind. Thank you. Councillor Rutledge, Mike.
Thank you. I'd be interested in the feasibility around the speed limit reduction in the CBD and whether that's something we could have a look at. And I guess, yeah, whether Seymour Ave, that makes any sense or not to do similar. Trafalgar Park, the turf timing, and I guess just a sense check to make sure that we're picking the best timing. I'm sure it'll annoy somebody somewhere, and we've got to do it. But there's other questions been asked already. I'd really like an explanation of that staff costs increase and how that all actually gets to those numbers. Marine evaluation, that seemed to make a lot of sense to me. There might be a reason why it doesn't, that we should have a current accurate validation of the valuation there before a strategy gets set. So a current valuation would be useful, I think. And the last one was, it seems to be that we've had several organisations coming and asking us for funding for a role that has to do with event management or tourism promotional things, and I'm aware that there's council staff who kind of have that role. There's also NRDA who are working on bits. So maybe some commentary on how those are all working together, and whether these organisations' requests could be accommodated actually within resources that we already have or are planning to do. So it might not be that the organisation controls the staffing, but the services they seek can be put in or not.
Thank you. Councillor Delbu, Bill.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I thought Judy Robinson, Tahuna Community Centre, came up with some very good points. And upgrading the health and safety tank, disabled toilets. My question is, that's great. Now, when we allocate someone a building or a, i.e. like the men shed type request, do we build in like maintenance and all the other bits that go with it? Ongoing maintenance type stuff?
Right. Thank you. Councillor Noonan.
Thank you. Some of these may have been covered. So I think the Sexton and the fields for the football's has been done. Alec Woods, when he spoke about the heritage strategy, I just want to know what what the NRDA are actually planning on heritage. I don't know what they're doing. And he mentioned the status of Fountain Place, and I don't know anything about that either, so I'd like to know about that. And also the heritage strategy review, exactly where that is at. And then the Nelson Residents Association, they had some, and I've picked the bits that are under my chair, so there may be others that people, but there were 7 projects under 100,000 in social, and I'm just wondering where that goes and whether that covers anything that I'm in charge of. And the Tahuna, you've got that. The Nelson dog owners quoted in their written, council has a legal duty to ensure dogs and their owners are provided for. I want to know, have they? And under educate, don't fluoridate, similar. Would it trigger the significance and engagement policy if in regard to infrastructure cost?
Okay, thank you very much. Deputy Mayor Paul.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I've actually, most of the works and services things I've passed through, it's quite a handy system to have, but the bus ticket system which the lady raised, which has sounded a bit bizarre, about a month or so ago I signed an agreement.
Yes, we're not allowed to talk about that stuff yet. You've got to keep the surprise. It's a surprise. You've got to wait.
I'm not allowed to talk about what I did. Okay.
You've got to wait. You've got to wait.
Citizens Advice Bureau, can we make a move
got some
here?
PR around it. It's great. Sorry.
Can we make? Sorry, I should never have mentioned it. Citizens Advice Bureau, we really need to make a decision what we're going to do with those folk. Are we going to put them into the new library? They need a little bit of certainty with what's going to happen with them. They are stuck out the back.
Right. Okay.
Because it's yours. And I'll check on the drain at Indoor Cricket Centre at Saxton to see if it's causing a problem for football.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Skinner.
Thank you. Yes, it might have been covered by Matt. Are we looking at Vanguard Street at Past Broads? Is that something we've already highlighted in the past or not? That's not on there. Support looking at that.
Yes,
and Marina, Mr. Cross, I know has brought that up in the past about the revaluation of our marina assets for depreciation and replacement costs. Is that something that we've already cycled to do?
We've got that one.
Okay.
No, we've got that one.
I'm repeating them in here. Lights for training field, coming back to Nelson Bay's football, talking about training field at Tahuna lights. Is there a cost implications in that? And it probably also with artificial turf.
Right.
For on new costs.
Sure. Right, basic. The officers will go ask some thinking on that.
And about the Trafalgar Park refurbishing the turf, I have just had a chat with Chris Ward and the assets manager on that and reconfirmation of dates, etc.
Excellent. Right, well, that'll come forward. Thank you very much. Now, I understand that Wakatu are here, and I'm just looking for Ian and Karenza. Hopefully they're there. They're out there. You can see them, and I count. Ian Shivers and Karenza Johnson are here to speak to Wakatu's submission. Kia ora tātou, welcome. Good to have you here. Karenza, Ian, we've read your submission, and so this is an opportunity to highlight any key aspects in the report, or if there's further information that you want to add in relation to any items, then this is the opportunity to do that. There may well be questions from the council. So welcome, kia ora.
Ngā mihi mahana kia koutou I tēnei ahi. Thank you for the invitation to submit. We're really pleased to submit. We think it's a very important process, and thank you for making the time. Really just a few comments from me, acknowledging that you have the submission and it's taken as read before I hand over to our General Manager Ian Shivers. First of all, I just want to acknowledge the Council and in particular the Mayor and the Chief Executive and her staff. We have a number of projects underway with the Council that we've been working on over the last year, and we really feel they're very beneficial. We think our relationship with the Council has improved significantly as a result of the efforts that the Council and its staff have been making with our organisation. So it's important to acknowledge that work that's been done over the past 12 months. So thank you for that. Really, just the main point I did want to touch on in terms of our submission is just a comment really about what we think is the disestablishment of Te Akina Te Taiao Limited, which is a company formed along with the 4 iwi entities in our part of the world, and Wakatu and the Ngāti Rārua Atiawa Iwi Hapu Trust. From our perspective, that organisation has worked well, and we're disappointed. We understand that the Council has removed funding to support that entity, and we really just want to make the point we're disappointed about that decision, and we do support the work that entity does and is continuing to do, and we'll continue to do that in our capacity within the community. I'll hand over to Ian, and he will make some comments about the Saxton special housing areas. Thank you.
Right. So thank you for the opportunity to submit. I'll just touch on a few maybe slightly more operational matters than Karenza covering the more general things. So you'll note that quite a proportion of the submission deals with the provisional Saxon special housing area. So I just want to set the scene slightly just by outlining our experience of housing and housing demand in the area. So our development company, Wahanga, operates across the region as a land developer and subdivider providing residential sections. Demand for residential sections in Nelson Tasman is at unprecedented levels. From our experience, the 4 stages of subdivisions which we've completed in the area across the last 2 years, totaling over 100 sections, have seen in excess of 80% sold prior to title issue, and in some cases 100% sales prior to title issue, with long waiting lists prior to each release. Demand in Motueka and other Tasman regional settlements is increasing significantly as people are pushed out of the Nelson-Richmond areas due to lack of supply. One measure to address the high demand within Nelson City, Wahang has been working with a number of landowners, Somerset retirement villages, and the council to scope and designate a special housing area in the Saxton Champion Road area. This is an exciting proposal which will provide a range of housing options, including aged care facilities and mainstream housing. In common with many development areas, the services infrastructure in the Saxton area is at, and in some cases, above capacity. Particularly with regards to transport. This is a recurring theme nationwide where infrastructure provision is constantly playing catch up with the housing demand and will require a radical policy rethink in due course. Wakatu is keen to work with the Council to explore new models for service provision for the future. With regards to the Saxon special housing area, significant progress in exploring mechanisms for service provisions have been made in the period since our written submission, and Wahanga would like to acknowledge the council officers for their hard work in this regard. Although Wahanga stands by the principle that infrastructure provisions funded from development contributions and that services should progress ahead of housing demand, Wahanga is willing to consider working with other developers to put in place servicing to expedite development in this area and to meet housing demand. However, this would have to be recognised in development contributions payable. Notwithstanding this, Wahanga believes that the servicing provisions for the area need to be included in the long-term plan due for review next year. This will ensure that projects required receive the appropriate level of scrutiny and wider network compatibility and be adequately reflected in development contributions going forward. However, Wahanga is of the opinion that transport constraints in the area are wider network issues and cannot be addressed by developers. In particular, the constraints at the Salisbury Road Champion Road intersection are primarily linked to increased development in Tasman district, with little impact from Champion Road development. It's understood that the Council is considering the inclusion of a link road from Hill Street North to Suffolk Road, and this is welcomed. However, it's also understood it's unlikely to occur within the SHA development timescale. As an interim measure, Wahanga suggests an upgrade to the roundabout at the bottom of Champion Road would alleviate current congestion and allow development to proceed in the time frames required. It's understood that these works would cost in the region of $1 million, and if jointly funded by TDC and NCC, the cost to each council could be met from minor improvements budget. In summary, Wahanga is happy to work with the council to meet the housing need in the area within the short to medium term, provided costs are apportioned fairly and developers are not called on to subsidise the wider network. So that was the Saxon Special Housing Area. Just to touch on a few other points which are raised within the submission. So the tidal gate renewals of Waka Puaka Flats. Wakatu would note Nelson City Council has worked with landowners in the area for a number of years to find a sustainable stormwater solution for this area. Wakatu would suggest that, taking into account Nelson City Council's stormwater modelling of this area, there's scope with proper engineering to create a development area which is future-proofed against sea level rise. Wakatu would invite Council to engage on this matter and create a sustainable development area for the future. And then just to touch on the library and the Maitahi precinct, we'd reiterate our interest in working with the Council to coordinate development in this area and promote good town planning and aesthetic continuity. And then just to reiterate our comments on freedom camping bylaw, we believe that campers should be strongly encouraged to use existing campsite facilities, and if any campers do park in the city squares, they should have to pay a fee comparable with local campsites to level the playing field with accommodation providers. On-street camping should be banned outside the squares, and if there's a requirement for inner city camping areas, a suitable area should be zoned and consented through the normal process. But the general principle is that we don't support freedom camping within the city. And I'll now pass back to Carenza to close up.
Thank you, Ian. I think my closing up duty is quite limited. So thank you very much. That's our submission, and we just really welcome any comment or questions from the council.
Thank you, Carenza and Ian. Questions for Wakatu? Any questions from the councillors? It's a very thorough submission, so I don't think a shortage of questions is an indication that there's nothing for us to think about. It's just that you've given us a very clear submission. Nothing today? Councillor McGurk. Brian.
Yeah, I suppose it's just a bit of point of clarity in terms of you're suggesting that the link on the Hill Street link is probably well outside the time limit of the SHA. In the meantime, your road traffic and is going to have to go down Champion Road through that roundabout. Yeah. So you're fundamentally, just so I'm clear, your submission is that you reckon that should be coming from NZTC, NZTA, NCC and TDC funding.
So our understanding from the officers is that the constraint is, or the immediate constraint, the whole system in that area is
the dog's breakfast.
Yeah. Yeah. So the immediate issue is, and there's some gains can be made through that $1 million project of dual laning the entrances into that. So that roundabout is administered half Nelson City, half Tasman District, I understand.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that would be an interim measure. I understand that the link road is probably 5 years away. Now, if we went out there and developed the potential 88 sections that we're looking at doing up there, that would probably last 6 months. In terms of the, if that. Yeah. I mean, certainly the last stage 2A of Waimiha, we ended up, the day we had title, we had 2 sections left to sell. and they went, and we've got a waiting list. So that, rightly or wrongly, that's the demand. And if we want to address the demand, there's some pinch points, and this is probably one that we might be able to, or the council might be able to take on, and we're working with the officers on some of the water and other issues.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. We've got a question from the Deputy Mayor, Paul.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ian, staying on the 3 roundabouts, and we each own one, have you made similar requests to the TDC, especially during their planning hearing over the Countdown supermarket?
So they're we're members of a developers forum with Tasman District Council. So that's the forum that we use for. They didn't particularly have a formal submission process around their annual plan this year. Next year we'll be dealing with them at the with their long-term plan revision.
But can I just follow that up? If we're looking to do something in the interim to be able to process ease of traffic movement around there with the onset of Countdown and the service station and the growth that's coming off Champion Road, don't you think you should be having a conversation with TDC, because it's going to take 3 to dance this one, not just one?
Yeah.
Now,
I agree.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right, Councillor Barker. Ian.
Thank you, Mayor Rachel. I can't see in your submission whether or not you actually support the link from Hill Street to Suffolk Road.
In principle, yes. I'm not sure we particularly have all the details of what it looks like. At the end of the day, we understand that it will significantly alleviate traffic within the area and facilitate development within the area. So in that case, yes, we agree with it. In terms of how it's funded and whatnot, that's the detail which we would like to see before we could wholeheartedly support. So we support the road. We just would like to know a bit more about the model which is going to deliver it.
Thank you very much for coming in to present today. We really appreciate that, and thank you for coming a little bit earlier than you were expecting. And that does make it difficult with diaries, but it's really helped us out. So thank you both very much. It's good to see you. And we look forward to, I think somewhere in my diary there's a time being organised for presentation to Council on who is Wakatu. I think which will be great. We'll really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's good. And where's that sticker? That's great. All right. Now, I think if I've got this right, we've heard from everybody that was on the list who's turned up today. And the last presentation that we have for today's hearing is from Brook Waimarama Sanctuary Trust. And I'll just see if Hudson's ready to get underway. He might just need a couple of minutes. And I understand that Chris Golding from the Department of Conservation is also going to present with Hudson. So I'll just give them a moment to get settled, and then we can get underway. So we're happy. Hudson, just when you're ready, I know we're going a little bit earlier than you were expecting.
Thank you.
But it just means we've potentially got a little bit longer in case there's any questions. So welcome. Kia ora tātou, welcome to our hearings today for our annual plan. We've got Chris Golding from the Department of Conservation. Welcome, Chris. Dave Butler, the Chair of the Trust and Chief Executive of the Trust, Hudson Dodd. So we'll hand over to you, and when you're ready, we'll hear your submission. We have, of course, we've read your written submission and we've gone through that, so this is an opportunity to highlight any key points or provide us with any additional information that you think will help us in our deliberations. Thank you.
Yeah, kia ora tātou, Madam Chair. Dave Butler, the Chair of the Trust. It's coming towards the end of a long day, so it's kind of nice to finish on, well, if it's near the end, a high. To me, this is a happening thing, a good thing that is almost there. So to start with, I'd like to thank you for your support over the past 15 years or so. I'd like to get hold of that guy I think it was a guy that said all good things take time. It's taken some time. But looking around the table, I see the likes of Ian, Councillor Barker and Councillor Matheson, who've sat and heard us before over most of those years. But very conscious that they're not really listening to me, they're not really listening to Hudson. We're spokespeople for a large community working towards a shared vision for the brighter future for Nelson. So while I and others volunteer our time as trustees at the governance level, there's a large number of people this week, every week, out on the site, cutting tracks, looking after the visitor centre, monitoring pests, counting birds. Some are in the room today, and I'd like to thank them for coming. So there's a strong desire, and I think a strong expectation to see the sanctuary succeed. The Trust, a charitable trust, sees Nelson City Council as a major partner in a transformational project that's already becoming part of the identity of Nelson. Some of you may have heard Dr. Bruce Clarkson talking on national radio last week, a very high-level conservation scientist, who was talking about the beautifying, the bringing nature back into the cities. And he was asked where in the country excited him, and he mentioned specifically Nelson, the third city off his list, and the sanctuary. So much of the hard work's been done. We're poised to move into a new phase of our development, bringing the sanctuary to life, bringing back the birds and creating facilities and wonderful experience for visitors. And we're seeking funding from Council to support the operation of the Trust during the transition to that phase. This funding is required to help bridge a protracted period before we can begin generating significant revenue from visitors. The Council funding will be purely operational, not directed to any capital projects, including the forthcoming operation to remove all the pests from the site. Actually, much of the Trust funds we currently held are tagged to specific capital projects and cannot be used to meet day-to-day operating costs. So we seek Council's further support in the partnership, confident that we'll continue to be a responsible steward of ratepayers' funds based on a strong track record of delivery, a $4.2 million fence for a start without debt, and a newly strengthened governance board and professional staff. Just wanted to draw your attention to recent recruits as trustees bring significant business, financial and tourism experience. Sharon Maguire, Director of Sales at Grand McEwen Nelson, Chairperson of BNZ Top of the South and former Director of Nelson Tasman Tourism. Maurice Woodhouse, the founding partner of Richard Woodhouse Accountants, now RWCA. And Rue Collin, a board member of Nelson Marlborough Institute of Directors, Nelson Tasman Chamber of Commerce and New Zealand Trustee Association, and with former major roles nationally in the pit fruit industry. I'd like to make the point that Council are not alone as supporters of the sanctuary. Council and Lottery Grants Board have each contributed a similar amount of the funding to the project. And the Trust has received and continues to receive significant support from the Department of Conservation, Rata Foundation and Sam Morgan's Jasmine Social Investments in particular. Perhaps Hudson, you could just remind the Council of some of the other organisations who've supported the Trust.
Other key funders for the project to date include Air New Zealand Environment Trust, the Badgett Family Trust, the Cawthron Institute Trust Board, the Department of Conservation, the Dick Roberts Community Trust, Energy Fruit Charitable Trust, the H.C. Koch Trust, Jasmine Charitable Trust, Mainland Foundation, the McKee Trust, the Ministry for the Environment, the Ministry of Tourism, Nelson City Council, Nelson Rotary, Ngāti Kuya Trust, New Zealand Nature, New Zealand Nature and Pacific Development Trust, Pub Charities, the Rata Foundation, Spring Hill Trust, the Stout Trust, Tasman District Council, Work and Income New Zealand, and WWF.
Thanks. So in requesting this funding from Council, we do so also based on the vast support we've received from this community. The large number of submissions supporting our request are representative of this wider group. These include a submission from Ngāti Kuia, illustrative of our support and partnership with Okaliwi, and from Ruud Kleinpast, trustee of the Air New Zealand Environment Trust, illustrative of our support from national corporations and funders. Also, I'd like to pass over to Hudson just to talk a little bit more about the breadth of local support?
Yeah, so we have to date had 1,700 fence posts sponsored to the order of $340,000. Over 250 businesses have supported the organization to date. Over 1,000 donors have supported the organization to date, and we have about 900 members. The scope of the support is visible at our events. Our annual open days attract between 800 and 1,000 people. The fence celebration event recently attracted 600 attendees. And each year we host between 3,000 and 4,000 school children through our education program.
We're also receiving significant national recognition. It's worth looking at some of those who visited in the past year. Former Prime Minister, Right Honourable John Key, who closed the completed pest-proof fence. Her Excellency Patsy Reddy, the Governor-General. Lou Sampson, the Director-General of Conservation. Honourable Maggie Baring, Minister of Conservation. All the New Zealand Conservation Authority, and the CEO of Air New Zealand, Christopher Luxon. The sanctuary is also an integral part of Council's longer-term planning already, through Nelson Nature, which is working actively in halos around the site, and through the National Nelson Biodiversity Strategy. It's also a core part of a wider landscape-scale conservation initiative being worked on by DOC's partnership team, with places like the sanctuary seen as the nursery that can restock these larger areas with wildlife, and also the shop window showing what these large-scale predator-free areas might look like, what a predator-free New Zealand might look like. So I'm pleased to welcome, as you indicated, Madam Chair, Chris Golding today, who's the manager for Department of Conservation covering this region, just to say a few words about where we fit into the national picture. So thanks, Chris.
Thank you. As briefly as I can, I'll try to put into perspective where the Brook Sanctuary fits in with the Department's objectives. There's a number of strategies and plans and documents which I could say where it fits in, but this document here, which was actually just came out this morning, released by the Minister, New Zealand's Threatened Species Strategy. This is the consultation document, but within that describes a number of initiatives the Department's undertaking. More recently, the Battle for the Birds, which was initiated in 2014 and then last year in 2016. It talks about Predator-Free 2050 and the objectives for that, and also makes special mention of island sanctuaries as well as fence sanctuaries. And so all of those initiatives play an important part towards meeting our objectives. So the Brook Sanctuary is one of those fence sanctuaries. Within this document mentions a number of threatened plants and animals, and near the top of the list is one of New Zealand's kiwis, the Okarito brown kiwi or the rowie. It's critically threatened, and it's one of the species potentially earmarked for the brook. However, there's a lot of work the Department does on islands and in national parks, and a lot of those places are relatively inaccessible to the majority of the community. What sanctuaries do is it brings that nature to closer to people's back doors. So yeah, in combination with what the Department does largely in the back country, the sanctuaries bring the work to the front country. So thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thanks very much, Chris. I've just tried to paint a broader picture of the sanctuary, recognising that you have the submission in front of you and have read it. So very much welcome any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Right, questions from councillors. I'll start with Councillor Fulton. Kate.
Thank you for your submission. In terms of islands which had rodents and sanctuaries, are there any examples where they've managed to eradicate pests without using poison?
Probably in a sort of vegetable garden size of site.
Okay, it's very tiny site.
Yeah, there has recently been some work you may be familiar with down on a small island off Stewart Island, where they have managed to eliminate rats with the new multi-kill traps. That was, I think, a 20-hectare island or something like that. I'm not sure, but it's only now
So I note that you say...
And on a very small scale is the main
Yeah.
point.
Yeah.
I note in your submission you say that the Brodificum is the current best practice in terms of eradicating pests from within a sanctuary or on an island. So are there any other options?
No, basically not. I guess we live in an era of alternative facts. There are no alternative facts here. This is the one proven technique to eradicate the full suite of targeted pests. That other work I was just talking about was only targeting rats. It's been used in all the fenced sanctuaries, and there's a list of more than a dozen right around the country. And most of our offshore sanctuaries of any note, Little Barrier, Kapiti, Codfish, Maud, down to Adele and other more local ones. So it is the
So
one
I've just
technique.
got two more.
And if I may add, Dave, examples of other fenced sanctuaries that have utilized this best practice include Zealandia in Wellington and Tawharanui and Shakespeare Regional Parks in Auckland, as well as Orokonui just outside of Dunedin, Kaipupu Point in Picton, Rotakari in Taranaki, and Mongatatri in Waikato.
Okay, thank you, Kate. I'm just going to ask you to pause for a moment. What I'll just ask is, hello, Grant. Could I just ask the people that are coming in, if you could just go around to this side, perhaps, I'm sorry, I'm going to ask you to sort of stand in front of the biscuit jars, which is a little bit just risky at this time of the day. Lionel, I'm watching you if you start eating them. I'm just conscious from a health and safety point of view that we just do need to make sure that we've got free access in and out of the building, of the room, just in case there was to be an emergency. Thank you. Councillor Fulton,
Two
Kate.
more questions
Thank
to the
you.
Chair, and I'll ask them both at the same time. So my second question is, that being the case, would it have been anticipated that having the fence been put up, that would have been the next step in terms of making the sanctuary pest-free, that the Brodificum would have been used?
Absolutely, yes, that's been the case from the outset. Ideally, we would have done it soon after the fence was.
And then my other question through the Chair is, there's been a lot of concerns raised about contamination of water. Can you explain whether that's a risk or not?
In the case of Brodificum, it's not considered a risk because Brodificum is barely soluble in water, so it basically moves down into the sediment and doesn't move through a water body, and it's not been detected in water bodies after operation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Skinner, Tim.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Hudson, David and Chris. And as you know, I've had some, over the couple of years, some good chats with Hudson. They've been very forthcoming and very helpful. None of these things are easy decisions or topics. And to put it clear, I've been very excited about the idea of a principle of kettle lovey species flourishing in the area. There have been concerns by a number, and I've read a number of these consents, both for and against, but a number have been concerned about the terrain, and you would have heard some of the presenters today, the terrain, the steep terrain, and the eco-security of the fence, in the sense that it's standing up and being secure for keeping pests out, and then the financial model on that. So what I'm asking is originally you were looking at hoping for 30,000 visitors in your model, if that was correct. Is that something you still see realistic?
Yes, we do. Yes, we're still aiming for a figure along the lines of 30,000.
And if it be on me, Madam Mayor.
And do you want me to address the land stability issue as well?
Correct. So another issue that's raised, and I personally walked up down there, and that concerns me, and it concerned the two councillors originally going back a number of years when it was consented to that visited area, walked up the area, thought, this is a bit of a worry, putting a fence up there. So what's your feeling with that? You're fairly guaranteed, is a strong word, but fairly secure that those won't be an issue with the heavy rains, slippage that we've already had? Been various slippages, small and large, have happened very recently, over the last couple of years. And has that been the reason for your delay to getting where you have today?
So, if I may, the geotechnical assessment of the slip site that affected fence construction is that the site seems to have stabilized. It's met what they call its angle of repose. It has not moved in about a year and a half, and that is over the course of many significant storms, including the recent cyclone Cook. And we've had no land slippage in the last year since the fence was constructed. So that indicates to us that the bench platform that was constructed, civil engineering for the fence, is settling out as was anticipated. Basically, when you cut a new road, it requires a period of settling, and that's the period that we've been going through. Is there any guarantees? Well, no, but the reality is that the site is showing what was anticipated, that there would be a period of settling during which there'd be slumping and potentially some slippage, which there has been. But given the track record that in the last year or so, that seems to be settling down, that gives us confidence.
Just in terms of the questions and the answers, I'm going to ask them to be a little bit shorter and a little bit more focused on the matters in the submission today. So if I could just ask the council to be very targeted around your questions, because we've got several on the list and I do need to deal with quite a few other matters before the end of the day.
Because this funding, over and above our generous funding in the past, is for help with the maintenance of a fence or etc. And you've listed it quite well in other things, etc. Not capital for the poison drop, etc. I understand that. Are you likely to be coming back to us in the future, requiring more money over top of what we've generously given?
So council has seen fit to fund the operations of the Sanctuary Trust for the last several years at a relatively, I might humbly state, relatively modest level. So we have a robust fundraising program in place for which you'll be aware we have a strong track record. And so we have a year's worth of grant applications lined up, as well as donor and sponsor development that we aim to meet any shortfalls with going forward. That said, we have signaled that we may need to come back for a similar request next year. These 2 years being the period that we've indicated is the period to bridge us to that future in which we anticipate significant revenues being generated from visitors. At which point then we expect any future long-term planning requests to council to settle back down to a modest level as we've had in the past. I would add that this request before council this year of $250,000 sits favorably alongside such other community institutions with great community benefit and visitor attractions. My understanding is it sits at about 50% of council's funding to the Suter Gallery and about 25% of council's funding to the museum.
To keep it succinct, I understand what you're saying there. Obviously, we're putting money into this fence line, and like you say, there's always a potential for a tree to fall on a slip. As I saw with a slip just after recent rains, very close, this close to the edge of the fence, just on the right as you come up, next to the river there. And you've got a system there where it triggers if something falls on it, etc. How long? And there's always a good chance that all the good work that's done in eradicating it is undone if that fence slips or breaks. How long a time does it take before a rat or a rodent or a ferret gets in? How much of a window of opportunity do they need?
Well, I think the important thing to keep in mind is that the fence has an alarm system, which will send a message to a duty phone, alerting us to the breach and the location of the breach for rapid response. We have compiled $50,000 worth of fence materials to have on site.
So just to trying to keep things succinct, how long would it take? How quick do you have to time the opening? You ever get that closed up? Say that slip, which I've seen has come to this close. I walked around, I had to tippy toe around. We got slipped just 3 weeks ago. That's still there. That went, or tree fell on. How long have you got before a rat is clever enough to get in there and undo what you've done?
Well, we know from other sanctuaries that rodents and other pests are constantly monitoring the fence, coming along, trying to find a way in. No one can say for sure what the exact timing would be, but the idea is that the response will be rapid as soon as is safe, conditions allow, will get there and quickly patch the site.
So that be, sorry, would that be
sorry,
ours?
Councillor Skinner, I'm sorry. What I'm going to do is...
Succinct, I like the succinct
No,
answers.
I hear you, but I'm
and
also...
I'm not getting through.
Sorry, I'm
Madam Mayor.
cheering Councillor Skinner. I'm actually going to go to somebody else because I'm getting terribly worried about the Deputy Mayor because you're going to karate chop him any minute. And he needs a little break, so I'll come back. I can see him getting very nervous, so I'll come back to you. Councillor Laurie, your turn.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Please.
We see a lot of conservation stories in the news, and they're quite often positive ones. They're the cheerful stories typically at the end of the bulletin. But things are not great in the environment for a lot of species. How bad are things in New Zealand when it comes to our native flora and fauna right now? If you're going to sort of sum it up.
Yeah, I would have to say that we're making good progress on a few species with a huge injection of funds, but a lot of the other species, and particularly if we start talking about our habitats here, things like the mohuas, the yellowheads, the saddlebacks, the kiwis and so on, there's still a real struggle to move them forward on the mainland in the presence of predators, which is why we feel the sanctuary can make such a huge contribution in that area.
Okay, thank
So,
you.
yeah, a huge amount of effort going in, but we're still not really raising the line.
Any follow-up questions, Councillor Laurie?
Would Chris perhaps add something to
that'd be great.
I mean, I guess the task at hand is quite large. There's been an exercise undertaken from the department at a national level to try and prioritise that, recognising that the job is too big, and so we do have to prioritise, and so some species will be on that list for there's enough resources to protect them long term, but some there isn't, so we every little bit counts essentially.
Okay, thank you.
So my follow-up question through the chair
It was the final question for now because we've got a lot of other speakers. Thank you.
What is it? What do you think is the one thing that lots of Nelsonians don't get about what it is you're doing up at the Brook?
I'd have to say unless they've been to an offshore island, they don't see the end point. They don't, and we probably haven't painted that picture yet as well as we could have done. That just the drama of a forest full of birds is something that you won't have experienced. It's so much richer and better than I suspect anybody imagines. So to me, that's the big difference.
Councillor Rutledge. Mike.
And I would just add, if I may,
Hudson, I'm sorry, I'm not going to be able to do that. We've got some time constraints today, and you've already had quite a long period to speak. So I'm going to ask you, please, not to. When I move to the councillors, I really need you to respect that. Thank you, Councillor Rutledge. Mike.
Madam Mayor, just one question, and quite trying to stay focused on what the ask is today as opposed to issues previously canvassed. You've laid out what it looks like and what this funding will go to. Can you give us a bit of a taste of what it would look like if you don't get this funding? What do we lose? What can't you do anymore?
I guess the key thing we lose is momentum, so we don't get to a point of developing the facilities we need, for example, for visitors to the site for another period, which then again creates another cash flow gap. That's one of the key things. We would need to look at where we can reduce further. We've cut back our operating expenses to the bare bones, and there's not really anywhere much to go beyond that without making significant changes to the organisation.
Hudson, I'm going to ask you, could you please give us a sense of, answer Councillor Rutledge's question, what couldn't be done? So this is really what we need to understand. It's very important. What wouldn't happen?
What wouldn't happen is the next phases of the project. We would be left with a skeletal operation that would be maintaining a fence and not moving forward to develop the sanctuary into its full capacity as a visitor attraction and a resource for the community.
Further questions from Councillor Rutledge? Happy to keep going. Councillor Barker. Ian.
Yeah, you've got the resource consent for this poison drop. It didn't come around our table, so we've not had a chance to ask any questions on it. I've had a question in my mind from what I've read, hearsay, about the collateral damage. What is going to be the collateral damage to the birds in the area now when that poison drop or the poison drops take place? And how long will they take to recover?
the indications are there's a small number of species that will take a hit, and those species are birds like pukeko and weka, and they're probably weka are the and potentially predators like moorpork and falcon. So the one that where there's most information is on weka, and we'd expect something like a 60 to 80% of kill of weka. Anybody who's living around the rural areas of town knows just how fast weka are bouncing back at the moment. We've had 7 chicks in our garden, 2 broods in the last 3 months, so those birds are going to come back very fast. There's an awful lot again of alternative facts around the sort of common forest birds, but we'd expect almost no impact on those, and a very dramatic response in recovery.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McGurk, Brian.
Yeah, just probably one question. It's actually talking about maintaining the momentum. I suppose there's a question directed to Chris. What would be required or what would be needed before DOC would relocate a threatened species into the sanctuary?
I guess the decision that the eradication has been successful, and typically offshore islands that's 2 years, and we've got some assurance with the amount of equipment and devices in the brook, that's likely to be short in that period. So I would guess, you know, within approximately a year.
Councillor Delberg, Bill.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The question really is about your additional skills on the board. Great to hear that in the accounting, that sort of area, because I appreciate it's building at the moment. Do you have some idea when this thing moves from building to visitor numbers and then to sustainability? All being, I'm sure you'll need some support, but when does it actually level out?
Yeah, we're just working on a business plan at the moment, which is going to the next board meeting, which sort of updates our thinking. At this stage, this year, towards the end of next year, we'll be building start of the visitor facilities, and we will be, depending on how successful our fundraising is, the year after that we'll either be moving to kind of a full charge system, building up visitors quite rapidly, or we'll be staging that over probably a couple of years. So this year, largely focused on the eradication and keeping the business going. Next year, visitor developments, and then the year after that, increasing revenue from visitors. To what extent that increases depends on the facilities developed.
Right, thank you. Now, Councillor Skinner, I did say I'd come back to you. I've got room for 2 more questions, because you, of course, can send your questions through the offices to the sanctuary, and we can do it that way, so room for 2 more.
So just to finish with that answer, I think you're trying to put with the breach, how long? Would I be right to say a couple of hours breach of a fence would undo all the good work of total eradication of the pests?
No, you'd have to say there's very little activity during daylight hours from the rodents particularly.
At night?
You've got to be aware that they've got a home range, so actually they're living in their home range and they're not necessarily going to be looking to expand their home range unless under pressure, so it'll be a seasonal impact as well, seasonal variation as well, and an annual variation. Some years there's almost no rodents in these forests if there's no beach seed. So it's a complex issue just like anything in nature, but I would say we've got a system in place, and other sanctuaries have proved it. Their systems that are in place to prevent incursion of rats in particular.
I'll get an answer on that.
Councillor,
My last question was, there was quite a claim on the previous couple previous submitters that when the consent was requested for building this fence, which we're trying to finish off, that there was no mention in that of a blanket poison drop. When we gave the permission for a fence to be built, there was no indication of a blanket poison drop. Is that correct?
I would say not. I would have to look back at our planning documents at that time, but I think it's always been very explicit from the beginning that our documentation always expected to poison a major poisoning operation as well, just like all the other sanctuaries have done. So anybody interested in this situation would know that.
Thank you.
Maybe that's something I can get a clear answer through officers later. Thank you.
I think we got a clear answer, but when we do the wrap up tomorrow, you can ask to see if there was material around the need to do a eradication program around pests once this fence was up, but we'll cover that tomorrow. Thank you all very much for coming in to present today. I appreciate being here to answer questions of councillors. And what we tend to do is that we do a bit of a wrap up each day. We've already done our one today because we had a little bit of time before you arrived. So I'll give the councillors overnight to think of, and tomorrow they may have some other questions that will come back through the offices. So thank you for your presentation and for being here today. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Now, councillors, that concludes the submissions that we have today, but we have some other matters that need to be attended to. So I have got some papers that are going to be distributed. We have some late items. And so, Shaylee, I'll just ask if you could start with those ones, and then I'll get you the other ones. Thank you. I'm just going to take a brief adjournment for 3 minutes, only 3 minutes, councillors, and then we'll resume. Okay, I'll just resume the meeting. So thank you, Council. We'll just get back underway. We're back in session, so we will now, as I advised earlier in the day, that we may have a late item that needed to come today, and we do. We've actually got 1 public and 2 public excluded items to be considered this afternoon. We have the extraordinary Chief Executive Employment Committee meeting minutes from the 8th of May. We have got an extraordinary Chief Executive Committee meeting minutes from the public excluded session on the 8th of May, and we have a public excluded report supplementary information Chief Executive's employment contract that is also public excluded. There are procedural resolutions that are going to be required to be passed to consider these items, and they're listed. The ones that we'll have to address are first, we have resolutions to allow Mr. Paul Bell to remain in the public excluded session, and we'll do that to allow him to be here during that session. There are late items that have been circulated, so you should have all of those now in hard copy. So Shaylee's passed those out to you, and we may take a brief adjournment so that you can read those when we get to the necessary steps. The public items, I think, are very brief. They're agenda, and I don't think I'll need to stop for those. You'll be very familiar with how they would look, but if any would like adjournment before I move those, you'll just signal to me. So the first thing we need to do is we need to move the resolution that allows the minutes of the extraordinary meeting of the Chief Executive Employment Committee on the 8th of May to be considered as a major item not on the agenda at this meeting, with the requirements of the Local Government Official Information and Meetings Act. We need to make a timely decision, so I would ask that it's been moved by Councillor Delberg, seconded by the Deputy Mayor, that we consider the matter. And I will put that motion that we do consider it as a late item. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. And then we should resolve to receive those minutes. So they're the public minutes from the 8th of May, and you'll have those there. Does anyone want some time to read those? They're reasonably brief, so they're the white pages that you'll have. You're happy to move, Councillor Barker? Thank you. And I'm happy to second those. Any questions or debate? Everyone's following along. I'll just give you a moment. We're in the public, where the minutes for the public. Councillor Fulton, have you found it? We are now, if we go to the late item, we're now looking at the minutes. Yes, page 1 stamped there. Stamped as page 1, page 2 and page 3. 3 pages. So the unconfirmed minutes, so we're not here to, they've still got to go to the committee. I'll put that. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Now we need to move on to the public excluded late items, and you'll find there that you've got minutes from the 8th of May, and then you've got a supplementary report. So perhaps first we could deal with the receiving the and agreeing to consider the matter as a late item in relation to the minutes, and that's been moved again by Councillor Delberg, and that's been seconded. I'm happy to second that. Any questions and debate? So this is a procedural motion, just to say that we're going to do this as a late item. I will put that. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. And then we need to deal with considering the supplementary item, information, Chief Executive's employment contract as a major item not on the agenda, and we're going to, we've got the resolution in relation to the Local Government Official Information and Meetings Act. That matter needs to be dealt with to enable a timely decision. And does someone care to move that we deal with that? Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Seconded by Councillor Delberg. Any questions or debate? Any question? A question, Councillor Fulton?
Sorry.
I'm sorry, I just saw a signal from an administration advisor that I might be doing something that I shouldn't be. No, that's all right. Just saw a hand go up in the air and I thought, goodness.
Sorry, through you, Madam Chair, I'm just, is there an opportunity for the councillors who are not on that committee to see, so there's a report
Councillor, we're still in public session and you've got blue pages that you're now reading from, so that wouldn't be a very...
I thought we just moved into public
No, we haven't moved into public excluded. What we're doing at the moment is we've just moved the resolution to allow the minutes to be received as a major late item, and now we're addressing the motion to allow the supplementary report to be addressed as a major late item, and it's been moved and seconded just to allow that information to come forward. Then we will do the resolution in relation to Mr. Bell remaining, and then we will go into public excluded.
So, question through the chair: is the supplementary report confidential?
Yes, it is. It's in your blue pages. So it's considering the public excluded item regarding the supplementary information Chief Executive's employment contract.
So I can't see the report.
Let me see if I could help you to just make sure that all those things have been distributed. You would find that in your, Robin's going to come around and help you.
This one.
And then Councillor Laurie.
Yes.
Why have we been given what appear to be individually numbered blue papers?
Because they are public excluded documents, and they're documents that we want to keep a very good record of. We do that from time to time. It's not uncommon, and you will have numbered copies, and so they've been distributed.
This is the first time I've seen a paper with a number on it.
Sometimes new things come to you.
Yeah, so what's changed?
I could ask the administration advisors, just in the sense. Oh yes, actually, I'm sorry, all we're discussing at the moment is receiving the late item, getting some very good advice from Shaylee, so the matter for discussion is receiving this as a major late item. That's what we're dealing with, so I'm ready to put that. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Now we need to resolve that Mr. Paul Bell may remain in the public excluded session as he has knowledge and that will be able to assist the council, and moved by Councillor Barker, seconded by Councillor Delberg, and we will note that this is in accordance with section 48(6) of the Local Government Official Information and Meeting Acts, that the knowledge Mr. Bell possesses relates to the Chief Executive's contract. I'll put that motion. It's been moved and seconded, Shaylee. I'll put that. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. And now we need to move into public excluded business so we can deal with those matters, and the matters are set out and the reasons why on the papers that have been distributed, and I will move that we go into public excluded business. Do I have a thank you, Deputy Mayor? I have a seconder. No further questions, no debate. I'll put that. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried.